see if you have the ability to share your screen for your presentation.
I'm sorry. Yes, I can share my screen. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, then I'll let Yvonne take it over. Looks like all three are able to share their screen.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
I got to go find the share files I'm going to share though. So talk amongst yourselves. Have a good time. I'll be right there.
Okay. Looks like the chair is on board. Shall we start the meeting? Kimberly?
Sure. Do we have all the commissioners on?
I can take roll call. Okay. Got some feedback. Commissioner Barraza? Commissioner Cummings?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, no, thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Barraza, did you want to unmute?
Yeah, I see him now. Okay, great. Commissioner Miller?
Present.
Commissioner Parks?
Present.
Commissioner Aputa?
Did you say Oputa?
Yes.
That's me.
Okay. Commissioner Singh? Let's see. Singh. Commissioner Vang?
Here.
Vice Chair Dolan?
Here.
And Chair McCoy?
Present.
Okay.
I now call this meeting of the Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission to order. I kind of forgot that one.
Okay.
We already did roll call. Thank you so much, City Secretary, Clerk.
No problem.
All right. We will now begin the Pledge of Allegiance. Will everyone please stand? Ready and salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now start with the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Can I ask a question? I noticed that there wasn't an item for member comments, and I was wondering if that's something that could be added or if we could do that during unscheduled oral communications.
Do you want to do just a general member comment or about specific items?
A general member comment, so not about something on this agenda.
Normally we do have a spot for that.
And we can surely add it in the future as a standing item.
Correct.
But for today, Christy, would that be allowed?
I will have to defer to Raj on that.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
you can do.
Madam Chair, I'd like to speak when you get a chance.
Can you hear me?
You were muffled.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. It's always an issue for me making sure that the mics are working. Yes, in response to your question, Commissioner, an item can be added just like the clerk said. And this time you can provide public comment during the public comment period.
Great, thank you.
Great.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barraza, you had a comment?
Yes, I do. My comment has to do with the sequence of the agenda. I noticed that item number 6B contains a component of a recommendation being made to the council, which is perfectly okay. But I think that if we are going to be making recommendations, it will be more in terms of the sequence. It will be a better sequence that we first have the workshop, become more acquainted with the background, whatever we're going to learn about all those items that are listed. And once, because otherwise we'll be asking a lot of questions about the presentation, like items like where are those projects located? Or, I mean, there's information that we don't see on the document, the information packet. So that would be my suggestion would be simply to handle the item that contains recommendations towards the end of the meeting after we've had that workshop.
Okay, would you like to motion that the agenda be amended to allow the workshop first?
You like to make a motion for that? Commissioner
Yes,
Barraza?
I would make the motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay,
So commissioners, to make this a little bit easier, I think what can happen is if anybody else has any other changes, they can suggest them. All of the changes can be considered together and a motion can be made to accept the agenda as amended collectively.
got it.
Got it. All right, is there any other changes to the agenda by the commissioners, or would they like to add something to the agenda? Is there anything else? Going once, going twice. All right. So I think we already did the motion. Do we have to redo it again, or can we just move on to a vote? Or is that what we do?
Christy, you were muffled.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, as long as everybody understands the motion, but the clerk, secretary can absolutely repeat it back so you understand exactly what you're voting on.
So the motion's going to be to approve the agenda as amendment to take the workshop first prior to the hearing, and then to add member comments in the future to the agenda. And today we will be taking board commissioner comments under unscheduled communications. And we have a first and a second. There's no further discussion. I'll take the roll. Commissioner Barraza?
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Parks?
Yes.
Commissioner Oputa?
Yes.
Commissioner Singh?
Yes.
Commissioner Vang?
Yes.
Vice Chair Dolan?
Aye.
And Chair McCoy?
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
We will now move on to the approval of minutes. Are there any changes to the minutes of the May 25th, 2021 meeting? Is there a motion to approve?
I have just a very minor change in section 15 under public comment. The members that are listed are Lilia Chavez and Don Shelton. It should be John Shelton.
Oh, John. Okay, thank you.
And he'll come up a lot, so I want to make sure we get that right.
Thank you. Yes, we can get that fixed.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
As amended.
As amended.
As amended.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So moved.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Vice Chair Dolan.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Is there a second? I'll second it.
Okay. I'll take the roll. Commissioner Barraza?
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Parks?
Yes.
Commissioner Oputa?
Yes.
Commissioner Singh?
Yes.
Commissioner Vang?
Yes.
Vice Chair Dolan?
Aye.
And Chair McCoy?
Yes.
Okay, 9-0.
All right, we will now move on to new matters. We will start with item 6A, ID number 21-22715, approval of bylaws. The bylaws were made available at the last meeting. Are there any comments from the public?
There are no comments from the public.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any proposals concerning approval of bylaws?
I have a few questions.
Okay.
More for my own clarification and understanding, because the bylaws are directly related to the ordinance. And I'm wondering if you all can help me understand a couple of things. In the ordinance, and it's more about the jargon of the ordinance. If you can help me understand whether it's Madam City Clerk or from the legal piece, in the ordinance when it talks about, for example, on page 6, and it says under item 1A, it says 46% of the funds made available from section 71504 shall be dedicated as described in this paragraph. So that happens a lot throughout the ordinance. Help me understand this paragraph. What is the paragraph in each of those? What is it referring to? The paragraph above, the paragraph in section 71504. Help me understand. I'm a novice with ordinances.
You're fine, and I'm pulling it up just so that I can be looking at exactly what you're looking at.
I'm sorry, I am having a hard time understanding you, Christy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm bringing up the ordinance right now. So just give me a second. But just based off of what I recall from looking at it so many times, that it is referring to the paragraph below that, and hold on, I'm almost there. We are talking about fiscal administration. Give me 1 second. Oh, haven't gotten there yet. Sorry. There we go. So we are talking about, and I just want to make sure we're looking at the same section. You're talking about 7-1509, correct? Or, I'm sorry, 7-1506, I believe is actually where this is at. So if you're looking at the funds deposited section, so we're looking at B, and then it goes into 1, improving and maintaining safe, clean neighborhood parks and playgrounds.
I'm sorry, I can't understand your words.
You can't hear me?
No, I can hear you, but it's just very muffly for me.
Okay, let me, is that better?
I can't distinguish your words.
Yeah, Christy, your microphone is not clear at all.
Okay, well.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is this clear? Dr. Apuda?
Yes.
Christy, while you figure that out, I'll just respond. So
thank you.
You're referring to section for municipal code 7-1506, subsection B, subsection 1. No, I understand the question.
Raj, let me make you something really clear.
Sure.
What I'm asking occurs throughout the ordinance.
Oh.
So what I'm asking for, when you say as described in this paragraph, what are we talking about?
When we say paragraph, it's legal jargon. It means section. So for instance, in that case that you're looking at, right, it's referring to subsection B1 as the paragraph. And that paragraph has subparts. So if you go up, there's B, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's 6.
Okay.
Anyway, each of those is a quote unquote paragraph. in some sections of the municipal code, it'll call it a section
Okay.
or subsection, and in some cases, it's called a paragraph. That's all it means, this grouping. So does that help?
It very much so. Very
Okay.
much so. I was just kind of like, oh no.
No. Yeah,
I had a feeling it was a jargon issue, so that's why I wanted to ask the
most
question.
certainly a jargon issue.
Okay. But I like to know what I know. The other question I have is in the ordinance, some of the time frames were 2020, etc. And I'm assuming because pandemic, everything is off schedule. Does any of that matter?
Oh, go ahead. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Raj, you can keep taking, okay. So yes, you're right. In the original ordinance, there are dates that were 2020, but in what was incorporated into the Fresno Municipal Code has been updated with new dates corresponding to, the change of time. So if you actually went to the code that's online, all of those dates have been updated. And we're going to give you a timeline during one of our presentations today where you can see those have been changed.
Great, thank you.
Will we receive a new page to be able to put it inside of the binder that you guys prepared for us, so we can have the current timeline here with us in our binder?
Absolutely. Just real quick, is the copy of the ordinance that you received the old one with old dates?
Sounds like it.
Yes.
I'll get you a new one sent out so you can have the most up to date version of this ordinance as it is in the FMC.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. And my last question, is the master plan updated triannually every 3 years?
That's going to be a question for TJ.
Must be updated every 10.
Hi, thank you. TJ Miller, Director of Parks and Recreation. Our master plan was originated in 2017 and it's scheduled to be updated this coming year. That's one of our first tasks. So I believe the original plan was on an every 5-year basis. So we'll be hitting that a little ahead of schedule.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Do any of the other commissioners have any questions or proposals concerning approval of bylaws?
Just a couple of quick questions. One, on page 2, item I, it talks about an annual report that's prepared by city staff. I'm assuming does that happen towards the end of the year, or when does that happen?
Well, that I believe that the timing on that is going to be towards the end of the fiscal year. So it'll really be more towards like May and June. So middle of the year for us on our just regular 12-month calendar, but fiscal year ends for the city June 30th, but budget is considered in June. So they would want that update prior to that time.
And in regard to a benchmark that would indicate where we are, how do we measure progress or improvements? I'm assuming that what happens this month will be the benchmark, wherever we are. And then, we look at how many parks are within a half mile from the homes of people and all that. I'm assuming that some of the data probably is in the Parks Master Plan, but some of it may need to be established in order for the process to be able to measure the improvements.
Yes, so this annual report isn't something that I think that we've technically been doing just based off of, our Parks Department in general. But it is something required moving forward according to this ordinance. So the first report we're going to see and that you're going to work on is going to be for this next fiscal, the end of this next fiscal year.
The other part that there was a place where I believe it was okay, that's on page 1, item number D. He talks about review and recommend for city adoption of guidelines for competitive grant programs established with fund from the retail transactions and use tax imposed by ordinance. The part that I'm looking for, where we address in the bylaws, where do we establish criteria that is used for the, I know that the ordinance and provides plenty of requirements, but where do we establish an administrative set of criteria that's used as we as the commission starts making recommendations to the council?
With regard to these grant programs specifically?
Yes, yeah, for example, I know that we have rules that we have to follow as it pertains to the proportion of how funds are allocated. But for example, when we talk about the criteria of low-income communities, there may be other definitions that may need to take place as we're talking about and about the criteria that's used in making recommendations. Is there a better explanation that defines that criteria somewhere in the bylaws?
Well, the bylaws are here to govern how the commission runs and how you do your day-to-day operations, but the rules specifically with regard to these Measure P funds and these grants, all of that is going to be established by you as we move forward. Some of them are specifically designed in the FMC or defined in the FMC. And in the FMC, there are also categories to be considered when you're defining the highest needs neighborhoods and all of that stuff. And so that's what you guys are here to do as we go forward. But these bylaws are really just to govern how you operate as a commission, the rules of these meetings, how agendas get done. So you won't find that criteria in your bylaws.
I guess as we go along, we'll have the opportunity to provide feedback to staff as to the format of the information we receive. Because, for example, we're talking about geographical areas of our city that are underserved, and therefore it's useful to know where are the projects located, the ones that we're going to, in fact, we will hear that in a couple of minutes. And I'm assuming that we're going to see maps that show where exactly are they located, because, we tend to be more familiar with neighborhoods that are close to where we live, but we want to know about the whole city. And then we have the areas of South Fresno that are not as well served as Northern Fresno. So I just wanted to point out that there's a type of format as to how the data comes to us that's going to be very important.
Sure. And staff will absolutely, anytime they're bringing a project to you for consideration, you will get a presentation about that. You will get the information about where that project is, how much it's going to cost, what's going to happen for your consideration, take public input, all of those things that I know you're concerned about. So you will get that opportunity. But with regard to these bylaws specifically, these are just, like I said, a roadmap of how your commission operates kind of day to day.
Chrissy, this is Meyer. When I'm looking at the bylaw on page 5, rules of procedure, it says commission shall follow the applicable city council rules of procedure. Can you kind of like share what are the rules of procedure?
The rules are lengthy. So
I'm not sure what rules are they're talking about. They say rules of procedure. So if you could just highlight what are the rules of procedure that we have to be inconsistent with the city of council.
Well, I can get you a copy of those rules, but generally those rules follow, and I think Raj knows off the top of his head
So those rules generally follow Robert's rules. There are some deviations, but in case something is not provided for in the bylaws, then the next place we would look for a procedural item would be the council rules of procedure. So basically it's to fill in any gaps and ensure that the rules that the council operates by are the same rules that your commission operates by, so that you are held to the same procedural standards. And like Christy said, if you don't have access to the rules already, then what our office can do is send out a link to the rules online. And they're available with the clerk's office as well, but we'll send out a link to the entire commission so you can access them.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's mainly for procedural issues though, Commissioner Vang.
Thank you.
Do any other commissioners have any proposals concerning approval of bylaws?
A motion?
All right, is there a motion? Thank you, Commissioner Vang, you motion?
Yes. Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
And the item is approved.
I did go out to roll call.
Oh, it didn't say it on my on my cheat sheet. So City Clerk, can you do roll call, please?
Okay, I'll do the roll call. Commissioner Barraza,
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Parks,
Yes.
Commissioner Oputa,
Yes.
Commissioner Singh,
Yes.
Commissioner Vang,
Aye.
Vice Chair Dolan,
Yes.
okay, and Chair McCoy.
Yes.
Okay, passes 9-0.
Okay. Now we will move on to item 6B.
Really quick, I'm going to interject because there was a motion to amend the order. 6B will now be after the workshops.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you. We will start with 7A, the workshops. Workshop overview of the city of Fresno Parks amenities. Will staff please begin the workshop?
Yes, let's pull this up here. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, before I get started, this is just a very high-level overview of our amenities and services provided. I thought this might be an important step at the beginning so that you have an idea of what types of questions and what types of activities and amenities that we do have in our park system. It's very high level, and any additional information or any kind of a deeper dive into anything, we can move forward with a future presentation at one of your meetings coming up based on what you would like to know, but this will give you a general overview. So our City of Fresno Park system, we have our park green space, community centers, Camp Fresno, which is located up by Dinky Creek. We have leased space and land use agreements. Within all of those facilities, we have sport fields such as soccer fields, baseball fields, sport courts. Our sport courts have really expanded over in the last few years. We have pickleball, tennis, we have multi-use courts, basketball. We have skate parks, bike parks, splash pads. Those are very popular this time of year. Those are located in our park green space. Pools, dog parks, challenger courses. This is, think of an adult tot lot. So it's designed for an older population that is beyond like a playground use, but there's bars and jumping mechanisms. We have a brand new one at Romaine Park that was just put in recently. And then restrooms. So I just kind of listed the different facilities. We'll be going into some of these little more in depth as I identify the different classifications of our parking green space. We have different categories, and this is all contained in our Parks Master Plan. This is a kind of a summary of that Parks Master Plan. We have 3 regional parks. Regional parks, one of the criteria is they're at least 40 acres, and they're intended to serve Fresno as well as the surrounding communities. The 3 that we have are Woodward Park, Roding Park, and the Regional Sports Complex. You all may be a little more familiar with Woodward and Roding Park. I'll start with just a quick overview of Woodward. Within that park, we have Shinzen Garden, which is a beautiful site. If you haven't been there, there is a lot of bonsai. There's a bonsai collection there, a koi pond, a bridge, and it's contained within Woodward Park. We also have a very large BMX bike complex. We have a dog park, and we have an amphitheater. And most recently, we have what's called the Garden of Life, and it's a cancer survivor area that's set aside kind of towards the northern part of the park. And there are a lot of activities that occur there. There's a lot of donated monuments and so forth, but it's a dedicated area, and it's sponsored by Art of Life. Roding Park, our other regional park, the zoo is located within Roding Park. We also have Playland, Storyland. And then other than that, there's tennis courts there. So there's about, I want to say 10 or 12, Aaron can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, tennis courts, a very large complex. There's also 2 dog parks, a large dog park and a small dog park, and those are currently, we're looking to relocate those within the park, but a more desirable location. And then the regional sports complex is located on Jensen. It's a very large multi-sport complex. There are 8 softball fields, 6 soccer fields. We partner with Maxim Paintball. There's a paintball section. And then other than that, it's mostly just a lot of green grass, a lot of passive recreation out there. So those are our 3 regional parks that we have on record as of now. A community park is classified by being the size of 10 to 40 acres, serves 4-mile radius, and they typically have recreation facilities. Examples would be JSK, Fig Garden Loop. Think of the parks that you see that have both fields, perhaps they have a splash pad, they may have a community center, may have a pool. They're serving a larger radius. And I believe we have 10 to 12 community parks. So we have 83 parks overall in our system. Our neighborhood parks are 2 to 10 acres. They serve a 1/2-mile radius, and the criteria to be a neighborhood park is you have to have at least 1 amenity. The majority of our neighborhood parks have more than 1 amenity, just so you know. But these are like Romaine Park, Logan Park. They have typically a restroom, maybe a community center, maybe it's just 1 field, maybe it's just a soccer field, maybe it's just a splash pad. Pocket parks range from 1/2 to 1 acre. They serve less than 1/4 mile. They're typically funded by the CFDs or the HOAs. And the example would be Willow Balch Park, Almy Park, the Cultural Arts District Park. They're really a smaller park. They typically do not have a restroom facility. They're a low maintenance park. They will sometimes have a basketball court, or they'll have a small entertainment venue for just not as large as an amphitheater, but I'm thinking Cultural Arts District Park has kind of a built up stage area. And then we have joint use basins. These vary in size and they vary throughout the city. The important thing to remember here is we are in agreement with the flood control district, and we operate those parks from May to November. On the other months, the flood control district operates those parks. An example would be Manchester Park or Rotary West Park. So they typically will have a tot lot, perhaps they have a court, they'll have restrooms, And like I said, the most important element to this is our parks team is responsible for those only from the months of May through November. And then there's special use. This would be, for example, we have a dog park that is not situated within a park. It is its own entity. It's El Capitan Dog Park off of the like Shaw and Brawley area. And there's Eaton Plaza. It's a kind of a more of a special use entertainment type area. So as you can see, we have a plethora of different styles and types. And so when we're looking for areas, as Member Barraza pointed out, and underserved, we look to see what types of parks are within those radiuses that we're trying to serve to ensure that we have our community parks are probably our most popular in terms of when you see a lot of folks out on the weekends, it's typically the community parks that are drawing them out there with all of the different activities. Going into our community centers, this is the list of our community centers, and I'm just going to kind of start at the top, just kind of talk about each of them very briefly, just so you have a general idea. We have Bulldog and Sixth, that this is under renovation. This was recently acquired. There's two separate buildings. We're renovating the north building at this time, and the intent is to be able to start programming in fall of 22 for this particular amenity. When it's completely finished, it will have a full service for senior, delivering a senior program. On the south side will be dedicated to the senior program, and the north side is youth and general family programming. This is an area of great need. Dickey is the center where our parks admin building is. There is a youth center in the bottom floor, and there's space for the community, and community will often utilize the rooms that we have there at that center. Einstein is a single building facility, and I want to just really quickly pause for a moment. All of these centers, we operate youth programming, which would include after school, summer programs, such as summer camps, youth sports, different leagues that we have. We'll do community activities and community festivals at all of these sites. It's very challenging to speak of what we did in the past year because of the pandemic, but typically these centers are very active year-round with all types of activities.
I have a question. Do all the community centers have active internet?
We're in the process of ensuring that each one has Wi-Fi and active internet for the public to drop in. That was one of the things that we focused our CARES dollars on. So it is not a completed project at this time, but as we're bringing each one online, we'll be able to update our website once our community centers are back open to the public just to drop in. They've been impacted due to the pandemic, and the only operations that have been currently offered are our youth programming, and we started offering those back in the fall through a virtual model and then a hybrid model. We've been following the school guidance through COVID and just copying what the schools are doing with the cohorts. And then as soon as we're hoping that June 15th will allow us to start serving our seniors again as well. But very good question.
Thank you.
As soon as that internet is up and running in each of those sites, it'll be on our website. Fink White has a community center and a pool. Backing up, Einstein also has a pool. Frank H. Ball, another large community center with a basketball gym and a pool. Highway City Science Center. This is a very unique center. This is very specific. It's a science, think a smaller version of the Discovery, I believe it's the Discovery Museum in San Francisco, but it's very unique. We have reptiles in there, all types of science. Our mobile science unit also operates, that's kind of home base, is this Highway City Science Center. And then we will either bring In 2019, we had field trips for the seniors to go visit this center. We provided transportation. And then there were times where we take the Science Mobile out to the senior program. So that was a new change in 2019 that we implemented to bring science to the seniors. Other than that, there's a very large focus with partnering with Central Unified and Fresno Unified, as well as the youth that we serve at our neighborhood centers. Holmes is another one of our sites with a very nice gym, and it was recently renovated. There's not only a traditional basketball gym, but there's a weightlifting gym, and the public, everyone is free to use it. There's just a check-in and check-out process. It's I believe there's roughly 4 or 5 exercise equipment machines. It's fairly decent size. It's beautiful equipment, and it's, like I said, free of charge. Inspiration is highlighted. This is a location where we serve seniors during non-COVID times. And the other focus of Inspiration is it's very it was designed with special needs in mind. So a lot of activity happens in therapeutic recreation at Inspiration Park. It's a beautiful amenity. There are a lot of sponsored events happening there with training for Special Olympics. We have a beautiful baseball field that is designed. It's got the soft foam, the softball surface, and it's designed for wheelchair and special needs play. Lafayette is another one of our centers where we serve senior meals. The Lingo Center is brand new. It's not quite open. It's still being, finished. The building is almost complete. It just needs to be finished inside. Aaron and I had an opportunity to tour that last week. This is located on Manchester. It's part of the transportation grant, and there is a large housing unit, and then the senior center is approximately 1,800 square feet. It's seniors only. It's going to have different hours than our normal senior program. This will be open most likely 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. as a trial, and we'll get the hours right to meet the demand. It's going to be focused on technology and exercise classes.
I'm curious about certain parks being bolded out in red. What's the purpose of that?
That's to identify the parks that we serve senior meals during non-pandemic times.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. And there's one other location that we're currently serving senior meals, or not currently, but during non-pandemic, that is the Senior Citizen Village. We do not own that or operate that amenity, but we do have our senior program brought into that location. And then as soon as we are re-engaged with FM AAA and we have the all clear to serve congregate meals, you would see Bulldog in 6th. When that's ready to be opened, you would see that in red. Lingo will be in red. And then we have identified 2 others that we're working on, and that would be Romaine and Einstein, I believe. So our goal is to be able to have the senior meals at all of the different centers. Len Ross, that's a location that's, we acquired that property in 2018. And it has been serving as a location for our staff. And we're going to transition that into, we're going to keep it as part of our training center, but there's some space that can be also used to serve the community. There's a basin behind it, and Aaron and I are working with the control district to be able to go into an agreement for that basin, because the youth in the area like to throw the football around in there. It's a great passive green space, but we will plan to bring that as a community center online shortly. Mariella Brown, I have West Fresno Family Resource Center after that. They actually are in a license agreement to operate their program within that center. So we still provide services, and their organization, their nonprofit, also provides community services through that site. Maxiel Parks is also has a license agreement with West Fresno Family Resource Center. Melody?
Will Family Resource Center still be in charge of operating, or is I was under the impression that CBOs, community-based organizations, will not be operating the community centers anymore or in charge. That will all be on city. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We're moving to the license agreement, and we have that in place at Mariella Brown and Maxie Parks. So they're still operating within, but they're not actually operating the entire center. We would we're still under the serving as the operator in terms of ultimate responsibility, but they are providing their services, which we value our partners in those centers, and we want to be able to provide space for them to provide their services to the public.
Okay.
Mosqueda, our partner is Reading and Beyond. Mosqueda is actually a very large community center. There is a gym, there's a stage for theater programming, a very large bike park, as well as a pool there and a splash pad. So there's quite a few amenities at Mosqueda. It's one of our nice centers for a festival every year. District 5 typically does a festival at that site. Pinedale, there is a gym at Pinedale. There's a small connecting library. We do serve senior meals there. There's also a pool. Pinedale, one of the challenges we have with that site is there's no adjacent green space. Quigley is currently undergoing some transformation. There's I believe it's a wader pool at that site, and our wader pools cannot be operational at this point because of the filtration system. They're not if it's a learner pool, those are shallow pools, but they have a full filtration system. The old style pools that did not have that are not approved to operate. So it's under transformation, and we will either transform it into a larger pool or remove it and put a splash pad in. Romaine, that is a site that had just got the new Challenger course. I encourage you all to check it out. It's very impressive. It's a community garden at this site, basketball gym, and quite a bit of green space. Sunset is operated currently by Street Saints. This is one that we do not operate, and we do not have a current program at that site. And then Ted C. Wills, that is also a location that there is not a pool at Ted C. Wills. There's a very large senior. I would say that would be what some would refer to as the hub of our seniors at this moment in time. It's very large. There's a big senior garden. There's green space at this park. We have a couple other leased areas within that center. It's fairly large. There's a daycare there. But that's kind of like an overall of our community centers. And I thought that this was an important slide because a lot of folks don't quite realize or recognize how many centers that we do have in Fresno.
Did you have a quick question?
Sure.
The community gardens, are you all still in relationship with Metro Ministry on community gardens, or who operates those?
We are. We do have two, I believe, that are under Metro Ministries. One is at Romaine, and Aaron's on here, and he can correct me if I'm wrong on that. We do have another one, and I cannot recall the location. I apologize.
That's the one at Peach Avenue, TJ.
On Peach. Okay, so yes, we still do work with Metro Ministries on the gardens. And then there are some of these centers that have a community garden where it's our staff kind of orchestrating the community efforts for those. So we have different types.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And I'm sorry, I can't see hands up when I have my screen up. So if anybody else has a question, please, before I go to the next slide.
I do have a question, Mrs. Meyer. Who operates the youth programs?
Our staff, we have a community services neighborhood parks manager, and our staff will do everything from the registration to planning the activities, procuring all of the activities.
How many youth programs do we have in the city of Fresno? And are we starting? Go ahead.
When you say how many youth programs, how many different types of activities, because all of the sites with the exception of Sunset have a program, a neighborhood youth program. They are free of charge. And in terms of types, I don't have that off the top of my head. I can get that for you, but I can tell you that they range from the after school program. There's a leadership program. There's summer camps, holiday break camps. We make sure that the youth have a place to go whenever school's out, during spring break, during Christmas break, during summer. We have action sports camps. We have all of the youth sports activities. There's a skateboarding camp. And
can I ask you something real quick?
Sure.
On the same topic. What's your interaction with the police department as it pertains to programs for youth, number one? Number two, what is your interaction with the Fresno Unified School District in some form of a partnership for cultural programs, other types of programs that benefit our youth?
I'll ask the first one, our interaction with the police department. They partner with us on, there was in the past, excluding 2020, there was, I believe it was called Summer is Back, or Let the Good Times Roll. There was a title for the series, and it was held at 3 or 4 of the parks once a week in the evening. And they would barbecue, and there would be the police out there enjoying time with the kids, throwing the ball around. We've had little mini basketball tournaments. They're typically done in the evenings. So that's one interaction. We do have a partnership with PAL. They were in Romaine for boxing. Unfortunately, COVID has just kind of impacted, and we're on a reset. So as soon as we determine how and when we can get those types of things back, we'll be back engaged with PAL. We also have the department, the Once division is under Parks, and that is a neighborhood community engagement division. And we work with the police department in terms of, and our partners through the CalVIP and the OJJDP grant, and that working together to provide different opportunities and activities and alternatives in the evenings, particularly in the summer, for youth. There's plans for midnight basketball, for example. There's plans for a big water fun day with water balloons at one of the parks. So we do partner in that manner. And I apologize, Member Braz, I have to have you repeat that second part of your question.
Yeah, it was the interaction with the Fresno Unified School District. And I want to add another question. Do you have any workforce development programs for our youth on the parks?
Yes, we actually currently have a youth internship app posted for any youth that are interested in working. We it's currently open. We were going to have that posting only open for 2 or 3 weeks. We decided to keep it open to see if we can continue and see how many youth we can have interact in our community in any type of job that they're interested in the location. So this year we did something a little different, had the applicants identify what part of town that they wanted to work, just in case they do not have a vehicle or they're taking public transportation, riding with a parent. We wanted to be mindful of transportation, and then what type of activities they're interested in. So our goal is to hire those youth on with parks and then connect with our partners in the city, different departments, in terms of giving them experiences outside of just the Parks Department. There may be somebody that's interested in planning, and they could go and learn from our planning department for a few weeks. So it's a 160-hour program, and we are just the first batch of 100 applicants came in, and we're processing those now.
Hey, TJ, sorry to ask more questions, but
no, that's okay.
Do you think it'll be? I think it would be beneficial, like if we had a presentation maybe in the future about youth, like what are the programs, like show some data, like what are the population we're serving, how do we outreach and recruit families or students to be a part of these youth programs, and how do we capture data? I'm just curious, just because it's going to help me make a better decision when we're, getting into all the work in the future, and it's going to help me support, just getting to know what are some programs we're doing for youth, and are we serving all population? Does that include African American community, the Southeast Asian community, and all family who speaks English? So it's just a thought for you.
No, I think that's a great idea. We will put that down, and I'll work with Christy in terms of a timing. That's something that would take us a little while to put together so that it's meaningful and has purposeful information for you. But we will certainly make that happen.
Thank you.
Just really quickly brushing on, because as I mentioned, this is just an overview, so you have kind of a big, an idea of the span of what Parks has to offer. We have Veterans Memorial Auditorium. Parks maintains and operates. There are 2 entities that are currently licensed occupants. That would be Children's Musical Theater, and Veterans have a museum inside of that space. But Veterans Memorial Auditorium in normal years is very busy in terms of there's concerts that are held there, plays. A lot of folks use this for ceremonies, and it's a very unique, interesting building. Granite Park, that we own that is operated by another entity. Discovery Center, that is also another agreement where we own the space and there is an operator that's leasing, and so they handle all operations of that facility. We have different types of agreements. The majority of these listed on here, we don't necessarily operate. I tried to identify where we do. Shinzen Gardens, we maintain the space. We have a different style of partnership with the Shinzen community group. They operate it, and then together we make decisions on improvements and work through the process for events and so forth. The BMX complex at Woodward Park, we maintain and operate. Rotary Amphitheater, same situation. Although we do have an agreement because the Rotary Club actually built the amphitheater. So there is the style of agreement that we have. They are part of some of the decision making. The Fresno Chaffee Zoo is, they completely operate the zoo. It's just on our land. Same with Playland, Storyland. Big Picture Education Academy, located near the Ted C. Wills Community Center. That's another situation where it's our land. We do not own the buildings, but they are leasing the land. And then we have Riverside Golf Course. Courseco is the operator. So Courseco maintains and operates that site. And then we added the Mukes Home. We do not operate that entity either, but it is under our ownership. Different programs and services. This is just, once again, a high level, and anything that you want to deeper dive into, we can schedule at a future time. We have our senior programming, just an example of the activities. And just to note, our activities have continued probably around September of 2020. We started the activities in a virtual model. The seniors have responded very well. And we we halted the entire program due to the fact that we weren't allowed to serve the senior congregate population. But this is a typical senior program at a center. The seniors will arrive, they'll do a few activities, and they're anything from ceramics, we have kilns, we have all types of different education and activities, and then they are provided with a meal free of charge, and our staff serves that meal. And the meals are typically either provided through EOC or FM AAA will contract through another entity. Our neighborhood park program, that's what is referred to, that occurs at the community centers. Those are camps, after school, community events. You'll see a lot of family type activities on the weekends. Aquatics, this includes everything from senior aerobics, swim lessons, open swim on the weekends and during times when there aren't lessons occurring. We have just so you're aware, we have, I believe it's 9 pools. We're getting ready to open those pools, and we also partner with Fresno Unified, and as we can, we'll be opening and staffing their pools. We partner with them. They get the pool ready. They handle the majority of the operation, and then we provide the staffing. Action sports, as I alluded to, we have camps and competitions, BMX and skate park training. We have 2 different types of skate parks. We have those that are considered below the ground. They'll have a bowl or they'll have the large dips. Those we do have to have secured, and you have to have staff there while the youth are using those. Or actually it's anyone, they don't have to be youth, because there are safety precautions that need to be taken place and adhered to a little more so than a surface park. We have 3 of those that require staff to be on site at all times that folks are in there. Spark, we contract our staff with Fresno Unified at 29 different school sites, and we do their after school programming. So they partner with us, they fund the program, we provide the staff. Special events, that is facilitated through parks, and this would be parades, festivals, concerts, runs. Of the items listed, runs are the thing that came back as early as November. The first run from March 20th to November. It happened at Woodward Park, and then they got shut down again until, I believe, February. So we get very busy this time of year, and special events are very popular in our city, which is great. Youth sports, we have basketball, soccer, softball, t-ball. Adult sports, basketball and softball. Therapeutic recreation, the majority of this activity happens at Inspiration, but we do have therapeutic community recreation specialists that will go to different sites, and this is for the special needs community. We have Polynesian dance. This is a cultural group that works with us, and they provide instruction and performances. And our Office of Neighborhood Safety and Community Engagement that I alluded to before, we work with Advanced Peace, Youth Intern Program, Tattoo Removal. This is through the grants. This is where we're working through the evenings, the midnight basketball, the different activities for the youth, and identifying programs to improve their quality of life. Okay, any questions?
I do have a quick question before you move on. Could you speak to Park's current operations of like the Jensen River Ranch property and the Lewis S. Eaton Trail? I noticed that you didn't mention those, and I'm just curious kind of what that's looking like right now.
Those, and Scott Mosier's on as listed, he's actually on our panel too. He might be able to speak better to those. We partner a lot with Public Works, and the Lewis Eaton Trail is, I believe, under Public Works maintenance. We don't have any specific activities that we run through there unless there's a run that's using that as pathway.
Good evening, everyone. Scott Mosier, Public Works Director. Good to be here. And yes, Public Works, we do maintain in our landscape division The Jensen River Ranch facilities. Our crews actually do all of the landscape maintenance in the parks citywide. We also provide trail maintenance for Lewis S. Eaton Trail, as well as the Sugar Pine, Mackenzie Trail. We have the North Point Trail, Copper Trail, and a number of others. And yes, we maintain those utilizing community sanitation fee revenues. Trails are generally on a 90-day maintenance cycle currently. Measure P thankfully does have the fifth sub-program, the fifth bucket, is a trail maintenance, active transportation, and street beautification category, and it does have set aside dedicated funding for trail maintenance. So that's an exciting opportunity to improve those services.
Thank you, Scott. Any additional questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Is it okay? I have a question. I'm wondering, number one, thank you for this. It was a really good overview and much that I was unaware of. So I really appreciate it. I'm wondering how commissioners feel and what the possibility would be of doing some tours, like maybe quarterly or every 6 months, because you couldn't do it all at one shot. But I would really be interested in laying eyes on these facilities as a team.
I think that's a great idea.
I think that is a great idea as well.
Absolutely. Very good idea.
Okay, that's my good idea for the year.
That was a very good idea. And just let us know how we can facilitate those tours. Christy, I'm not sure if how we go about the mechanics of getting something like that on the calendar.
Yeah, we will definitely start exploring what that looks like. Because I know at some point, or I think our last meeting, somebody mentioned having meetings at some of these parks. There becomes a kind of a funding issue that we need to talk about, but we can definitely discuss with Ms. McCoy as your chairperson and TJ what that looks like. And then obviously get your input about where you would like to go.
I'm going to chime in real briefly here. I think that if the commission would like to do some tours, I think staff can arrange them through TJ's shop directly without the need to have meetings at those facilities. And that's up to TJ to work with you all to schedule those. That's certainly something that would be allowed.
Sounds good.
Thank you all.
I do have a question for either TJ or Scott regarding when we think of parks, often we think about the green space and the vegetation, particularly trees. And I'm thinking that it might be useful to sort of describe sort of the responsibilities of kind of the split of responsibilities between Department of Public Works and Parks in respect to irrigation and long-term maintenance and care of trees. Could somebody touch upon that?
I can start. We're currently entering into a transitional phase. So at this moment in time, Parks is responsible for the irrigation, and Public Works is responsible for the landscape maintenance, which would include mowing. So the change that we're proposing and looking forward to move is having the irrigation join Public Works. It makes more sense to have that activity together. So it's the irrigation and the landscape maintenance team would be under Public Works, and Parks would continue to do custodial maintenance as well as all operations that occur.
And I just wanted to add one of the reasons for that is really just a great efficiency and also some economy of scale within our Public Works landscape maintenance division. We also maintain median islands, street trees, trails, and an ever-growing amount of community facilities district funded pocket parks, trails, and medians. And so we have opportunity to pool resources between those different programs. For example, with irrigation and public works, if we had an employee on vacation or an employee out with on-the-job injury in the park maintenance program for irrigation, we have opportunity to pull resources from, for example, from median island crews, and to make sure that we're really hitting on all cylinders in parks to prioritize that effort.
Also, I have a question. With the youth sports, is there a cost that are passed on to the parents, or are the youth sports free? For instance, like the basketball, soccer, softball, t-ball, sports like that.
There's two different models that we operate. We do have a fee for play, and it's typically just the fee that covers the sports officials and the uniforms, the equipment, and so forth, and the staff. And then we also will have less formalized league type play, more pickup game style, and that's all free of charge through our neighborhood parks program. So it really depends on what program the youth are participating in.
What dollar figure are we talking about? Do you know offhand?
I do not offhand. We can look that up and get that to you.
Thank
I
you.
have another question, if I may. The park program that you contract with Fresno Unified School District, how many locations does that entail?
The Spark program, there's 29 different locations.
Oh, wow, that's correct. That sounds like a pretty large program then. You know how many participants you have?
Yes.
How many students do you have? You know, roughly 30,000 or?
I don't have the student count. We're not the only providers that Fresno Unified contracts with for this group. But this is it was formerly, for those that have been in Fresno for a long time, it was formerly a Green Shack program. And then as it's evolved, Fresno Unified took over the program, and it's kind of an alternative to campus care. And there's typically a high demand from the parents because it's very physically based. So some campus care programs are very, they'll meet in the cafeteria. They'll have a lot of games and activities indoors. This is a very outdoor centric program. So I can't speak to how many youth are actually being served in the after school program at each site, but they really focus on the elementary schools.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, just a note, they typically have to keep a 10-to-1 ratio of the students to instructor. I'm just not aware of how many other instructors they have at each of those sites.
Okay.
TJ, this is Meyer. I have a question. What role, or if there is a role for the Office of the Neighborhood Safety and Community Engagement, are they going to partake a part of Measure P?
They will. They would fall into what we refer to as, I believe it's bucket 3, the youth bucket. And I don't know, Christy, if I have that bucket identified appropriately. It's either 3 or 4 that has the youth programming. That would be where the focus would be. It wouldn't fall into meeting the criteria for bucket 1 for current maintenance or bucket 2 for new parks. But there is a enhanced youth and senior services, and that would be the focus area.
And you're correct on which one it is. It's the third one in the ordinance.
Thank you. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I just wanted to know what role they will play and how they're going to participate with Measure P. But thank you.
Welcome. And I did get the answer. Our Biddy baseball program that we are in right now was $50 a player.
Thank you. Are there any other sports that are offered through the city that are free to our kids in the community? Like sports, is there any surveys going out to the kids in the community to see what type of sports they would like to have? And then the city parks department provides those sports?
We do not currently have a survey out. However, we typically will operate on our, like I said, our neighborhood park program, and the kids will be part of that decision making. They become kind of a tight community in the neighborhood centers, and they may say, we want to play, we want to have a basketball tournament, and they'll go through that. So in terms of like starting a new program that we've offered free of charge, I'm not aware of us doing one in the past 2 years.
All right, and also is there charges for the swimming lessons that are being provided through the city parks department? And if so, how much are those?
I look that up.
And the pools are currently closed right now, correct?
They open on June 14th.
Is there a charge for the residents or the kids to enter the pools?
The swimming at the pools during free swim, when I say free swim, no structured swim, so open swim is, I believe it's either 50 cents or $1.
And what's the reason for the charge?
That is to cover a portion of the expenses for the lifeguards, the certified lifeguards, the maintenance of the pools, everything from the chlorine to keeping them clean.
And also, I wanted to ask, as for programs such as like the basketball services we offer, does the city offer fee waivers for low-income households?
I can check with our recreation manager. I believe at one point there was kind of like what you would equate to a scholarship program. I'll check to see if that's still in effect.
Not sure if this is the time where we make recommendation, but I think we should really look at like future, where we take costs. Because I know Fresno being one of the poorest city in America, I think it's important that we need to get our family who are social disadvantaged to be a part of these programs and at free costs. I know sometimes our family are home and they, sometimes they can't afford $50 to even have their kids play, was it soccer or baseball we're talking about, even 50 cents and $1 for a family who are a big, large family who have 10 to 11 kids. It's really hard. So I think in the future, I'm not sure if this is the time, but I think that is, that's my hope. I hope to see in the future.
So if I could just interject real quick, if any of the commission members have something they want a deeper dive on, or another presentation similar to what TJ is doing now, you can request the secretary place that on the agenda, and that'll get looked at. So we can definitely work to make sure you're getting all of the information that you want as we go. I know, because I know it's going to be a lot of information. So.
Okay, and then that was actually the last slide. If there's any additional questions or requests for future workshops.
Just by way of clarification, during workshops, you cannot take actions or they're no necessary that they're intended just to inform the commission.
That is correct. So we can take questions from commission members, but we won't go out to the public for public questions or comments on specific workshops because they are for information only.
All right. Thank you, TJ, for that wonderful presentation. A lot of helpful information. I'm quite sure we will be scheduling another workshop with you in the future. I'm quite sure we have a lot of questions, but time won't permit us to ask them. Sorry about that. I guess we will move on now to Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission tasks. Will staff please begin their workshop?
Yes, and that'll start with me. So let me see if it'll let me. I'm just gonna get my slideshow up here. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes, it's kind of small, but we can see it.
I don't know.
It's very small.
Huh. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can switch it. It worked earlier.
Oh, it's because it's showing your presentation mode.
Okay, I'm gonna switch
You
them.
see that, yeah.
How's that?
There we go.
There you go.
Okay, perfect.
That's better.
That's what happens when you have two screens. You don't know which one's actually going to pop up. So, okay. So I'm going to cover the first couple of slides, and then I'm going to hand it over to Francine Kane, who's in the city manager's office, for a couple others. But this is a basic overview of what your tasks are going forward. So if you ever want to go do a deep dive of it, you can look at our municipal code 7-1509, which I will be sending out either later this evening or tomorrow morning, so you have easy access to it. Okay.
And Chrissy, can I ask again, can you get closer to your mic and speak up a bit? Because I am really struggling to,
okay. Is that better?
Understand you. I think
Is that
so.
better?
A little bit better.
Is that better or no?
It's a little bit better, yes.
Okay. Well, I'll try to be as close. My camera and stuff doesn't have a very good mic on it. I apparently realized that. So, okay. So one of your main tasks is to conduct hearings, receive public input, and make recommendations to council about allocations of Measure P funds. So the funds that specifically come in under this municipal code through the tax that has been implemented or is going to be implemented on July 1st. To take public comment and have input into the Parks Master Plan, as well as the Cultural Arts Plan, which you will be assisting in developing. And then the annual Parks Department budget and capital improvement plans, which again, those will be looked at closer to the end of the fiscal year, which is more like March, April, May. Okay. I think that Francine
Okay.
can take over here.
Well, good evening, everybody. It's Francine Kane. I'm one of the assistant city managers, and it's a pleasure to be here. I was going to go over with you this one slide because Measure P outlines specific allocations for the expenditure of funds that would come in from the tax. And the allocation is into what we call 6 buckets. One of the biggest buckets where the most allocation of funds is to improve and maintain safe, clean neighborhood parks and playgrounds. So this is where most of the money will be spent. And it is described pretty specifically in the actual ordinance, if you look under FMC 71506, but I was just going to summarize them for you. So under the improving and maintaining safe, clean neighborhood parks and playgrounds, this money is to be used for the restoration, maintenance, rehabilitation of programs and projects that would include like playgrounds, picnic areas, restrooms, actual access to parks. Also, they mentioned the park ranger program, which should be implemented to improve safety in the parks, pools and sports facilities, any cultural art facilities, and projects that are consistent with the Parks Master Plan. So that all falls within 46% of the tax dollars. The second fund that you see up there is for new neighborhood parks, senior and youth recreation facilities. Now, this does mention the youth because it involves creating programs and facilities for youth recreation, but it requires investment into new park development and improvement consistent with what's in the parks master plan. And this would include neighborhood parks, pocket parks, community gardens, which we really haven't talked much about, installing public restrooms, new senior and community centers, new regional parks, new playgrounds, picnic areas, pools, and sports facility. So that's allocated at 21.5% of the tax dollars. Okay, a third fund is for, and this was one of the buckets that someone earlier asked about youth and senior recreation programs, after school programs, job training for youth and for veterans. And this is 8.5% of the allocation of tax. And what, if you look into this a little further, it is very specific about that. This money is to be spent for the planning and development of programs that promote recreation and physical activity. This would include senior and youth programs, a junior lifeguard program, science and education programs, summer day camps, after-school programs, job training, and employment opportunities for youth and veterans. And then if we go down to the second line there, we have the expanded access to arts and culture, which is 12% of the allocation. I'm going to be talking a little later about the cultural arts program, but you as commissioners have been charged with working with the Fresno Arts Council to develop a cultural art program or plan. This plan must reflect the geographic and demographic diversity in the city of Fresno. So I'll be explaining that a little further, but that is going to be one of the specifics that the ordinance requires the commission to be engaged in, and that is charged with working with the Fresno Arts Council to develop a cultural arts plan. Okay, another large but very diversified section is the safe walking and biking trails, street beautification and litter removal, and projects consistent with the San Joaquin River Parkway plan. This is 11.25% of the funds, and it includes acquisition and development and restoration of bike, pedestrian, and equestrian trails. It also provides funding for urban greening and tree planting along the trails, developing a Class 1 and Class 4 pedestrian and bike pathways as identified in the active transportation plan. It also provides funding for projects that are consistent with the San Joaquin River Parkway Master Plan, as well as litter removal and landscape beautification. So this is a very diverse bucket of money, and so 11.25% can be spent on that. And last but not least is more of an administrative function, because as a commission, you are going to incur expenses and costs. And so this fund is for program implementation and planning and updates. It's for project innovation and audit and oversight support. It's only 0.75%, it's not even 1%, but it would include things like technology upgrades, community outreach that you will be doing. If you need interpreters or interpretation of certain things, it's to pay for interpreters. It's for planning updates of both the Parks Master Plan and the Cultural Arts Plan, and any costs associated with program oversights and audits. So that's kind of an overview of how you will be spending the Measure P dollars, and these percentages will be calculated, and you will be helped with these. But if anyone has any questions, we're here to answer those. And I can't see anybody's hand raised, so please just speak up.
So I just want to clarify one thing, which is, Commissioner Cummings had brought up earlier about who cares for trees and greenery within the parks, and it comes out of different budget lines. So I just want to make sure that we're cross-departmental in that regard in terms of our allocations. Is that correct? I'm sorry, you're muted, Francine.
And maybe even Tommy can help us with this because he handles the budget issues, but it will be kind of categorized by department. Is that correct?
Yeah, so John and we're Scott. So the plan we have now is that the money will sit in for the maintenance. So for tree, irrigation, some of the landscape, that money will sit in the Parks Department. And then Scott's team will do the work on a service order basis and then just bill that service to the parks and bill the Measure P. It's a charge for service that Scott will provide.
Okay.
Any other questions? If not, I will go on to the next slide. Christy, do you have that up? I don't have it on my screen anymore.
Yeah, it's up.
Okay. So the cultural arts plan, the ordinance envisioned the city would be implementing a cultural arts plan, which we currently do not have. The ordinance specifically stated that the commission, which are all of you, would work in partnerships with the Fresno Arts Council and local artists and cultural stakeholders to develop a cultural arts plan for the city. The plan would identify needs in the arts and cultural community and develop a vision and goals for the future.
Francine,
yes,
the presentation isn't up right now.
Yeah, it kicked me out when somebody started speaking, so I'm trying to figure out how to.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I apologize for that. Let's try that again.
Yeah, I don't have it up either, Christy.
Yeah, nope, I'm working on it. Give me 1 second here.
There we go.
There we go.
Is it up, or are you still seeing like my little?
We're seeing the side, all of the slides. Yeah. There we go.
There you go.
Okay, hold on.
Let me kind of backtrack a little bit. The plan, the cultural art plan would identify the needs in the art and cultural community, and it would develop a vision and a goal for the future of Fresno arts. And they have to, and this needs to reflect the demographic and geographic diversity in the city. And this process would include community engagement, which they envision including multiple public meetings that the commission would engage with the different communities to determine what cultural arts should be in the cultural art plan. The funds shall be invested in competitive grants for nonprofit organizations and shall be implemented by the commission in partnership with the Fresno Arts Council. So in the next few meetings, we will have someone from the Fresno Arts Council making a presentation to you about retaining a cultural art consultant so that you can move forward with what your plan needs to be, okay? And once you actually have it in place, the cultural arts plan will be updated every 5 years. So this will be an issue for an upcoming meeting, and the questions probably will need to be answered by our cultural arts consultant, who will be a person who has experience in this area. You're not required to have that experience, and will guide you through what you need to do to develop a cultural arts plan for the city. So it's just another one of your tasks in the future. Any questions on that? Okay, Christy, did you want to continue?
It looked like Mona.
Yeah, sorry, I was speaking.
I couldn't, you know,
That's
your
okay.
hands are showing.
I was just waving my hand.
Okay.
The Arts Commission itself, does it work with an outside entity at this current time or not?
No, it would be the Fresno Arts Council, and
yes.
they would actually interview and retain, with the assistance of the commission, a consultant that will help guide you through what you need to do to actually develop a cultural arts plan.
Got it. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Have they started working on this yet?
No, well, they've started, they have started developing a consultant agreement with the city to be able to move forward to retain a consultant to assist you with that. So it's at the very grassroots stages, which the commission is to be a part of.
Thank you.
You bet. So you'll be hearing from.
I have a question.
Sure.
About it may come up when the Fresno Arts Council speaks to us, but is that going to be a bidding process in terms of whoever is retained?
It will probably be more of a request for proposal, where they would reach out in different directions in the art and cultural areas, and then you'll receive responses back. And from that, you pick from the most qualified or the one that maybe fits the city's needs better than others.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Any others? Nope. Okay, we will go on to the next slide then. Okay, so one of your other tasks is to review the city staff recommendations for the Parks Department annual budget and capital improvement plans. So that will, you'll have hearings about that. You'll definitely take public input as far as what they want to see. You'll conduct hearings and receive input related to Measure P funds, and make recommendations to the city council about whether you think that it should be approved or what changes you would like to have changed based off of the public input that you have received, either from people who have reached out to you or who have come and spoken to the commission. One of your tasks is to define how the highest needs neighborhoods.
Sorry, Christy. Christy, can you make that a little bigger? That is very hard to read.
I don't think so. However, this is in the Fresno Municipal Code that I'm going to send over tomorrow, and I can point you to the exact location of it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So by December 31st, 2021, in conjunction with the city, so city staff, you need to define the highest needs neighborhoods, okay? No later than January 1st, 2022, so literally the next day, you need to adopt a new definition of the highest needs neighborhoods. What we'll want to keep in mind when we're looking at these dates is that in order to adopt these, it does have to come to the commission during a meeting, so we want to keep that in mind. So while January 1st, 2022 is the cutoff, if we don't have a meeting scheduled on that date, then you need to do it before that date, okay? So just keep that in mind. And then that process would be repeated every 3 years to update it, okay? And then you'll create a weighted index incorporating the following things in the definition, which are in the FMC, but you will consider existing conditions of parks and facilities based on needs assessment data in the plan. Anytime you see plan with a capital P, we're talking about the master parks plan, okay? The proportion of the population that lives within walking distance, a half a mile to a park acreage per 1,000 residents, population density, neighborhood youth and senior population, neighborhood safety, neighborhoods of concentrated poverty, pollution burden, as defined by Cal Enviro Screens 3.0 or subsequent updates, preterm birth rates, years of life or years of potential life lost, and neighborhood composite mortality rate. And this is for you as a commission to create that index. That's not already pre-created for you, but the FMC does require that all of these be incorporated in it. Okay.
Kristen, what does years of potential life lost mean?
Well,
it's the mortality rate.
Yeah, so I think that we're probably looking at, and this is, I don't really have the full definition, but I'm going to say that it's based off of pollution, it's off of, access or lack of access to parks where you can exercise and get out and walk, and how that will affect somebody's ability to have a longer life.
Because I see neighborhood composite mortality rate is there. So that seems like years of potential life loss is something different. So
I think that isn't that a comparison to the capacity to how long people live in certain areas. Then you look at the areas where you don't achieve that, and the difference, I think, is what is the opportunity that has been lost.
Yeah, versus in Southwest Fresno, when you're born there, you automatically take 20 years off your life because that area is polluted with industrial facilities and it's not enough investment in that area. So automatically you do lose 20 years off your life. So the life expectancy is really low for the residents in Southwest Fresno.
Also, the question on pollution burden, I was looking for the chronic respiratory illnesses, and I'm assuming that under Cal EnviroScreen 3.0, we probably will see that, because that's another issues like asthma and other critical illnesses that are faced by people. They have to breathe the worst air in the nation. I would think that that's probably where that will surface. Is that correct?
Yeah,
It definitely shows it in Cal EnviroScreen. We use that for Tree Fresno, and there's a multitude of layers there that actually come up with an overall score and a percentage level. So it's very easy to also unpack all of that, and you can have asthma rates and various health conditions.
Any other questions on this one? Okay.
Okay, everybody, I Googled it. It has to do with premature death, as our chair indicated. Yeah.
You will also have input into the annual parks staff report where they present on these various items here, including updating the percentage of Fresnans that live within a half mile of the park or a park, update on the number and percentage of Fresnans accessing parks programs. So we're talking about our park, arts, recreation, and community center programs. An update on the implementation of the Parks Master Plan, which you are going to have input in on the revision. Update on the implementation of the Active Transportation Plan, and then an update on the implementation of deferred maintenance and improvements to existing parks and recreational facilities in the city.
So I have a question on the Parks Master Plan. Will there be someone from the city's parks department, or would that task be up on this committee to do a amenity survey to see what amenities are available at each park, what condition they are in, and what's missing? Or would that be something that the Parks Department would do and present to us?
Well, I'm going to defer to TJ right now because I do know that we're in the process of re-engaging a group that we used to create the most recent master parks plan, and I assume that they're going to look into these items as well as they revise it.
You're absolutely correct, Christy. We are updating the Parks Master Plan. We're going through the process now to get the consultants on board. And one of the first tasks that they have is to update our amenities, because we have had some new amenities come online and some that have actually come offline since the Parks Master Plan was developed.
Are they also going to include the condition, like if it's fair, good, new, bad? Because I think that's important as well.
Yes.
One of the items that I'd like to request for a future meeting, and I'll send our wonderful chair, McCoy, a request. I'd like to have a conversation on the public information process this commission is using when we're scheduling our meetings, when we have reports like what you see here that we'll have. I think it's so important that we be transparent to the public. And I know City Hall does that as much as possible, but I think particularly for this process where residents are paying money every time they purchase something, I think it behooves us to inform the public of all the wonderful things that are going to be happening in our community. But I'd like to have a well-defined public information process to see how are we doing that. I don't, I'm not very familiar with how the city has a public information officer, I'm sure, but I'd like to have more of a description as to how do we make sure that we're informing the public of what we are accomplishing.
Okay, we can definitely, obviously, have that conversation and present that information to you. With regard to this commission, all of your meetings are public. So anything that happens in this between commission members, the public has access to, either by participating in the live meeting, or we even put the recorded meetings up on our website so they can always go back and watch them later. They have access to meeting minutes. With regard to specific projects, we have a process where if it's going to cost over a certain amount of money, that it's got to go to city council. So that's always public as well, those meetings and what's being presented. So, but if you would like to get more information, we can definitely explore what that looks like for you.
I just want to have a process in place that we all know what the process is.
Okay, we can definitely do that. We can present that to you. Any more questions on this slide? Okay, the last slide, and hopefully you can see it. If not,
no, not at all.
If not, I can send it out to you, but this is just a general overview of what your timeline looks like, what you have coming up and what you should, some basic goals essentially. So kind of immediately, one of your first tasks to look at almost every meeting is to conduct hearings and receive public input on updates to the master parks plan, what the public would like to see, what you would like to see, and the creation of the cultural arts plan as that moves forward. Also receive information about the allocations related to Measure P funds, what we want to be spending money on, the annual Parks Department budget and capital improvement plans, and then make recommendations to the City Council as necessary. For September 1st, 2021, this is just a recommendation, but just to give you a target date, start working on creating that weighted index for defining the highest needs neighborhoods. By November 1st, develop a cultural arts plan in conjunction with the Fresno Arts Commission. By December 31st, and remember, like I mentioned, if you don't have a late December meeting, you may need to do both the December 31st, 2021 and January 1st, 2022 items early on in December, which is define the highest needs neighborhoods and then adopt an actual definition. And those are mandatory per the municipal code, per the ordinance. By March 1st, 2022, we recommend that you review and recommend guidelines for the grant programs. By sometime in April, annually review city staff recommendations for budget allocations for the upcoming fiscal year, and review and make recommendations on fees related to parks, trails, and open spaces. There's going to be an annual audit by the controller, so review the annual audit of the Clean and Safe Neighborhood Parks account and provide input on the annual staff report that was a couple of slides earlier. And then by June 1st, every 5 years, so this is out there, submit an evaluation of the program to the public and City of Fresno. So, how we're doing with Measure P funds and where we could make some changes. Any questions?
Christy, will this deck and other PowerPoint decks that we've seen tonight be available?
I can definitely make them available, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I can either send over electronic versions or hard copies. It's up to you, but.
Electronic versions would be best,
Okay.
but I think we should have somewhere a sort of collection of these that we can refer back to. If
Absolutely. Yep. Anybody else? Okay.
So along the lines of sort of public information, as we progress and move along in this, is there going to be some sort of accompanying social media or any sort of information that's conveyed to the public in a way that's short and concise and friendly and colorful, and this is what's happening with parks and the measure? Is there a plan for that?
What we're talking about.
I think that would have to be done through our communications department or parks department. So I think you could definitely have that conversation with the parks department and how you envision that.
I'd like to have a brainstorming session on that topic. And I think I know that's simple. We could put an item on the agenda and discuss it. And then whether we make a recommendation for something specific that could come from that conversation.
Right, and it's important to be able to control that information, right? To have a central point to where the right information is coming out.
I agree. Good point. All right. Does any of the other commissioners have any comments about the presentations that we just seen? If not, we will now move on to the last item on the agenda regarding proposed Parks Department budget and capital improvement plans and proposed 2021-2022 Fresno Clean and Safe Neighborhood Parks Tax Expenditure Plan and Commission recommendation to the City Council.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're ready. So this is going to be a really tag team effort. So I got Aaron Aguirre on the line, TJ, we're Scott Mosier, Francine, and really the most important person for tonight's discussion, Henry Fierro, our budget manager who helped put this together. So I think, one of the things Christy showed you guys was that by April 1st, we would have worked together with you guys to kind of start having formulated the budget, the operations, the capital, and here we are, June 7th. So I can tell you that I'm going to present the information we've got, and the information we're presenting to you tonight is very similar. It's ahead of the game, but it's very similar to what we're going to present to the City Council next Monday. I don't know what time, but we have scheduled all the budget deliberation process starts on Monday, June 14th. The information you're seeing now will have been presented to the council on May 26th, so about 11 days ago. So 11 days ago, they got it, and then council received it, and in 7 days, we will kind of work through it with them and talk through with them like we're doing with you. Very, very unusual year, very, very difficult for you. I totally get it. And next year, we plan to have, as Christy's slide had indicated, we will plan to have had this exercise completed, in that during the March timeframe, kind of buttoning it up in April, and then setting that aside and getting ready to package it up for the City Council. So I apologize how this is going to roll out, but with just the timing of everything. So let's get started. First, I'm gonna go between few documents. So I'm gonna do a PowerPoint presentation that has the tables and the data, and that is almost identical. We might change something. I can't tell right now, but we might change. That's exactly what we're going to give the City Council next Monday. And then the other documents I'm going to refer to, I believe the clerk may have sent them out to you. We have the budget narrative from the budget book. And then we have the line item detail from the other budget book. So that shows where all the dollars are being spent in parks. So I don't know that you had a chance to read them. They're not a lot of fun to read. They're just numbers and tables and some narrative that goes along with it. So again, I apologize that you guys are picking this up 7 days before the council will see it, but we anticipate, no, we don't anticipate. I mean, by law, we have to have the budget adopted by June 30th. And then we'll start that process with council next Monday, June 14th, and then we'll take those 16 days to deliberate with council and prepare a final budget for next year. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to start with the presentation. And again, this is very similar to what we're going to do with council. I can't imagine what we'd be changing, but maybe I'll pick up something from you guys today. So can you see that?
Yes.
Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let me fix my things here. Okay. So start with just the, kind of the organization. Again, this is kind of how our budget book is set up. We have the Parks Department. We have a director. We have the assistant director for parks, an assistant director for parks, and we have an executive assistant. So it's kind of like the leadership team. And then currently, and this is something we'll want to talk to you guys about next year. This is the current organizational structure of the Parks Department going into FY22. And so this will be one of the items we've been talking about as a staff, and we will want to have that discussion with you. Is this the right organization now that the program is something more and something more significant? Right now, it's got 72 full-time employees. And again, this presentation we made to council next Monday, June 14th. But this is the current structure. And again, this is, we plan on working with you during FY22 to see how to adjust and reorganize this.
Tommy, how many employees are under each department since there's 72? Do you know the total? Like, how is it broken down?
Yeah, I think we can. TJ, do you have that off, or Aaron, do you have that off the top of your head?
We have roughly, each area is a little different. It's about 36 under parks maintenance. We have, the remaining are spread out between the administrative positions, Aaron and I. So I think there's 36 in parks maintenance.
Yeah, and then the after school program?
That's going to be in terms of permanent employees. I believe there's 24.
Okay.
Can we get a breakdown of that? And also, can we also have how many vacant positions we have in the Parks Department, please?
Yes, we can get you the vacancies, and that'll be a data set we're currently working on, because we're going to give the council the same thing just to show them the authorized. So there's three numbers there's the authorized positions, and then there's the filled positions, and then as you indicated, Chair McCoy, the vacancies. So yeah, those are the data sets, and we're still working with personnel to kind of put those together, because we're fluid right now in a hiring mode that to try and get caught up. But we'll get you those numbers.
Thank you. Can you make sure that all the commissioners get that as well?
Oh yeah. We'll get it out as a packet for everybody. We call them a tray memo when we get things out to the council. So we'll get a similar tray memo out to the Parks Commission.
And then Tommy, I think TJ should also add the number of temporary employees that we have through the summer programs, because that is quite significant.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'd like to know, because I get this question regularly about city arborists, if we have certified arborists on staff.
So the arborist, Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, we are going to hire an arborist, and it's going to be in public works. That's how we're planning it, right, Scott?
Correct. So we do have that expertise currently on staff, but we are expanding that just given the needs in the urban forest between trees and parks, medians, trails, and buffers.
Great, thank you.
And Ms. McCoy, one of the documents I have, it's the current allocation of employees is in one of the documents I shared with the group, I think last Friday, and I'll share it tonight too, so you can see how many people are in each of the sections.
Thank you.
So here's how we're proposing. So again, I think just building on what Christie had said earlier, on the expenditure plan, the revenues generated by this ordinance shall be allocated by the city of Fresno on an annual basis with independent oversight by the commission. So this has been our attempt right here to allocate. And so I've identified as just to give people a sense of what's been the history of this department. So 19 actuals, 20 actuals, and the 21 estimate. We're still in 21 right now. We close out books here about the next 30 days. So you can see on the personnel costs, and this is how we allocate costs within within all the departments in the city. We kind of, within each department, we have personnel costs, non-personnel costs, and then ID charges. The ID charges are for things like vehicles, computers, kind of corporate kind of allocations that everybody buys into is the ID charges. The non-personnel costs, those are things basically that are not people related. So it's where we do the consultants, it's where we do the contract services, we buy the supplies for the parks. That's all kind of the non-personnel cost category. And then personnel costs is as you would expect, it's the full-time employees, part-time employees, it's the salary, the benefits, all of those elements related to the people that we have on the program. And you can see the impact of Measure P, what it did. We've been about a $21 million, $20 million a year program. Last year, during the middle of the year, council appropriated another $5 million to the parks program. So that accounts for a little bit of that bump you see to 26. But in 22, we have $51 million that we have to allocate. And so that's the effort we're on right now, and what we'll share with you today. So these are the big gross numbers by the objects that we account with. Right, so what are those different dollars that, how do we fund each of those for just 2022? You can see the first column says of the $50,868,000, $16 million is going to be funded by the general fund. And general fund is property tax, sales tax, fees for service, all of those types of things. The special revenues, those are things like Measure P. It also includes some CDBG money that the parks is also a recipient of CDBG dollars, other grant dollars, anything that's not in our general fund, that's where the special revenues come from. Capital, those are dollars that are allocated for capital projects. So they come out of a capital fund to fund capital projects. Enterprise, those are things that are like kind of related to, it's a fee for a service type element, or where that money comes from. So it comes from an enterprise fund. So fax is an enterprise fund, water is an enterprise fund, the sewer is an enterprise fund. So that's part of the money that you'll see there. And then there's just debt service payments that we have to, I'm not sure what the debt is. We're just drilling into this our first 6 months, but we have a debt service payment that we have to make for the department. And on the enterprise side, I'm trying to think, Henry, I'm probably thinking that's probably the water and sewer charges.
Hello, Tommy. This is Henry Fierro, budget manager. So under the enterprise, they have various funding sources. One could be like, for example, the Japanese garden memorial, but there's several off, and I'm just thinking of those two off the top of my head.
Okay.
What about the urban growth management fund? Where's that get allocated?
That would fall under the capital column.
Yep.
And of the debt service, 1.8 million, is the urban growth management fund paying for some of that?
It is not. That is held separately.
So here's how, these are the dollars that make up the 50 million, again, based on those object codes that we use for kind of allocating the costs across the department. So the other thing we want to show is break down these revenues again, just by the different types of sources that they are. And we wanted to show the actuals, 19, 20, give people a frame of reference, and then 21 estimate where we are, and then the 20 proposed. You can see that where the special other revenue, again, that's the Measure P money. You can see we've been not a lot of other special revenues, boom, and then you hit the $30 million that $30 million, it grows to $30 million in 22. And again, that's the Measure P by revenue type. So these are the revenues that we've collected, and again, these are the dollars that that are facilitated by the department. So here's how they actually pull in these revenues into the system right now. And again, the Measure P just really is a huge impact and benefit to this department that just hasn't had before. We're hoping that winds up being something that we can use to recruit, you know, for the Parks Director position. That the community's made this level of commitment.
Tommy, if I may just interrupt real quick. There was that question about the debt service payment and the funding source.
Yep.
Actually, I was able to identify that. So there's actually two sources to pay the debt service. The first one is the general fund. It contributes 49% of the debt service. And then the 51% is actually through the impact fee funds.
I've seen the reports, so I was surprised. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And how about park fees? When someone pays a park fee, does it end up in this revenue chart?
You know, I believe I'm going to use this, when you say park fees, I'm thinking of like gate fees.
Yes.
So that's actually split. The gate fees go into two separate funds, or I call them checkbooks. The one is the general fund. It receives gate fees. But there's also another fund. It would be under the special revenue category. And that also receives a portion of the gate fees.
Do you know the breakdown between the two funds?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
It's roughly 34% in this of the special goes into the special other revenue.
And then the general fund gets the remainder.
Correct.
Thank you.
And you can see on the special other revenue, you can see the impact of the COVID had on some of our programs. We consider 2019 kind of the last kind of normal year, 2019 pre-COVID, and then we took a hit in 2020, and then we took a real big hit in 2021. But then Measure P kicks in, and it kind of just recovers the system.
So is the Parks Department depending on the Measure P funds, or is there other allocation or grants that are going to be gone after to supplement the Measure P funds?
Yeah, so there'll be general fund. So the way the ordinance got written, I believe it's 14.8 million will always be contributed from the general fund. So that'll be an allocation we make, that the general fund will make, and then they also get CDBG money, so that's federal HUD money. They also get grant money, so some of these Prop 68, kind of those kinds of grant dollars. TJ, Henry, what other kind of revenues do you guys get outside of the city that are not like fees for service or UGM or any of those?
Prop 68.
If we are awarded a Prop 68, that would be for a specific project. For example, the Spark program, that contract with Fresno Unified pays for that staff that offers that service. So you would see it in here as a pass-through.
Yeah, so we do have a lot of those kinds of contracts where we have something with somebody and then that revenue shows up, but we just pass it through and get it to somebody else for service.
Exactly.
Do we know how many parks, or do we know how many applications or parks have applied for the Prop 68 fundings through the city? TJ, can you give us that information?
Yes, we have 4 current applications on file with the state.
Do we know which parks?
Yes, Quigley Park for a refurbish, a complete scrape and refurbish of that area. A new park, Milburn in Dakota. A new park, Church in Orangewood. And then a rehab of Radio Park.
Thank you.
Okay, here is the measure. Here is how we are proposing to allocate the Measure P dollars this year. So as looking in that first column, we're estimating, because we're only going to get 9 months of revenue for FY22, because the tax goes into effect July 1, but we don't see the first dollar. The first dollars don't get deposited until October, November. So we are getting 9 months of revenue. We think it's about $29 million. These are the categories that that Christy and Francine had talked to you about earlier, improving, maintaining parks, new neighborhood, youth and senior, expanded access. So what we've identified right now is that of the 29 million, we're programming 21.7 million. And again, I'll show you another document that shows where those dollars are going from Measure P. But, you know, on the improving and maintaining safe parks, I think Scott and I were, you know, been looking at the old master plan. I think you're probably looking at $150 million from the master plan, about $150 million in deferred maintenance, all aspects of it, the parking lot, the irrigation, and then the structures and facilities. So we're just scratching the surface trying to get caught up on some of the maintenance. A lot of the projects that are funded here, that are identified here, are things that have just come to the attention of the administration by council. Council has identified a number of projects in each of their districts, like Maxi Park is one that is been identified by District 3 as a high priority for an air conditioning system. It's going to be about $1 million. That thing gets hot in the summer, so they want to look at doing something there. District 1 has a project. They want to build a new park, a little kind of park. That's about 1.5 million. So you'll see a lot of the park projects are things that council's been wanting to get after and get going. And so we programmed some dollars to start doing that. There's a new senior center talked about. Again, I'll show you the detail of that in another document. But of the 29 million we expect to get this year, we are proposing to program 21 of it. You'll notice item number 4, expanded access to art and culture, 3.5 million. We haven't planned anything for that because we really, that one really is called out specifically as having to need the cultural arts plan. So you'll probably use some of that money to hire this consultant. So that part of the money will go for that. And then, you know, we'll see how long that takes, but ideally we'd like to see if we can get that program for the grants and other things that have been identified. That'll be identified in the cultural arts plan. So we'll try to move on that. I can tell you on number 5, the public works and public utilities on the litter removal and cleaning of things. So some of those are related to Beautify Fresno, neighborhood cleanups, park cleanups that we're doing, as well as some of the graffiti things that are just trying to, just the litter and beautification stuff. So some dollars have been programmed next year for those functions, and that's what you see there is elements of that. So this is the current plan, and I'm going to show you. I think I'm ready to show you. I think this is the last slide. Yep, that's the last slide. So I'm going to take you to the Measure P documents that show the detail of how these dollars are allocated. And again, this is in the budget. And again, next year we'll work with you guys to build the budget book and do all these items. So now let me grab this one. I'm going to change documents here. I think it's this one. Yep, here it is. So in the budget book, the line item detail book, there is a section you'll see. Yep, here it is. There's a section dedicated to parks, and that's this section right here. Yeah, so you'll see here's all the funding sources that parks have. Parks Department, so they get some general fund money. So this is 16 million. You can see here they got Prop 68 grants. They've have some that are, so there's some, we don't have any dollars programmed in the parks Prop 68. We have these other miscellaneous federal grants. We got about $248,000 in these miscellaneous federal grants. We have, these are state grants and federal grants. That's a good point. We distinguish between state money and federal money. So this first 248 is federal grants that we get. And this next allocation is for state grants that we get. Yeah, so that's about $1.8 million. Then the next is local grants. So help me, Henry and TJ, the local grants, are those like Measure C kind of things, or what would those be? Or COG?
You could have a Kaiser giving money for swim lessons, that type of local grant money.
That makes sense. Yep. Okay. Fitness programs. Looks like it was a program we had, TJ, and now it's not a program. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, it was put on pause during COVID, and not certain what its future is going to look like. Probably
Okay.
something different.
Same with the Prop 84. It looks like that was something we were doing, and we didn't get a new Prop 80. I guess Prop 84 got spent, right, by the state at the state level.
Yes, we didn't have anything in 19.
Okay. Housing related parks programs. So we do have some housing projects that come through, and there may be a desire to put some green space adjacent to it. We had one project up in the Tower District where that was a proposal where build a mixed use project, you know, with 25 units, and then dedicate a green space to it. So we're always looking for those opportunities to create some green space as part of that. And now here's the Measure P dollars, as you can see. So Measure P, the capital and O&M costs. So this will match the 13.8 we showed you earlier. Oh, sorry, the 11.893.
I can't see anything.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah, it says, I don't know why everything disappeared, but.
Yeah, so Measure P, these are the different categories that the 6 buckets that Francine and Christy talked about. So this is the first bucket, capital and O&M. Again, a lot non-permanent salary. Scott, this is where we're hiring some of our temp folks to help you during the summer for irrigation maintenance.
That's right. Correct.
We have the utility costs, so just water, sewer, electricity, PG&E. So we'll allocate those costs. The big one here is improvements. So again, we've got there's a capital page, capital budget program. It's a different book. I'll show you that. I think we sent that to you as well. And I apologize. These are just, we have the general fund narrative, line item detail, the capital pages, and they're just, it's a lot of work, and we'll work with you next year to do that. So these are improvement projects for capital and O&M. We've also got an allocation for special projects, and again, that'll be in the budget line item. But all our capital and O&M, as we showed you earlier, is this 11.893 million. New facilities, we've got 5.8 million dedicated to new parks facilities. And correct me if I'm wrong, TJ, is this where we're putting the Quigley Park, Henry?
What fund was that, Tommy?
I'm looking at Measure P, new parks and facilities. We have 3.7 million in improvements. No, this is these are some of the existing parks that council members want.
This might be the new park without seeing the further line item. I believe this is where we put the Van Ness Weldon.
That's exactly right. Yep, Van Ness Weldon Park.
Also, there is 3.5 for Prop 68 renovation.
Yeah, so one of the things when we submitted the grant for Prop 68, one of the requirements was you control the site and you have the money. And so we have allocated 3.5 million for Quigley Park in here. Now, if we're successful, we'll dedicate that we'll deliver on the commitment for our match. If we aren't successful, then that money goes back to the commission to allocate to other new park projects that we'll identify during the course of the year. Again, two of the things I think Francine talked about it, and Scott's working on this. We are going to bring the WRT consultant back to work with you guys on updating the master plan, looking at new facilities. They also have a firm that they'll be working with that'll talk about programming and service. So one firm will focus on facilities, and the other firm will focus on service and programs and just what are the things we want to do at the parks now that we have these resources. Do we want to continue to program that we as we do now, or is there an opportunity to change how we program and the services that we offer? So that'll be one of the big initiatives you guys will be working on next year is looking at that, how we want to do that. Here's the youth programs. Again, you'll see in here these non-permanent salaries. So these are temp employees that we're bringing on. I think a question was earlier about youth and some of those folks. And so this would be part of that effort that we're $1.9 million for this.
What positions are in that are allocated in those funds?
This would be recreation assistants, recreation specialists, and this would enable us to expand the operating hours of the community centers that I had listed on that slide. Prior to COVID, our operating hours at the majority of those centers were 9 to 1 to serve the senior population. And then they would close down and then open back up at 3 o'clock for the youth population. Adding to this staff would enable us to have those centers open Monday through Sunday, 7 days a week, open in the morning and closed in the evening, and open for the community just to use the amenities.
Parks special projects. Henry, TJ, help me with this one. I forgot.
Let's see, I'll just need a.
No, I'm with you.
That one, again, it's a flexible form of funding, and it is utilized for the operations across the department.
So traditionally, Tommy, this would be where if we noticed that the lake and Roding Park needed to be cleaned and the fountains fixed, something that was off the regular cycle would come out of these special projects, kind of almost unanticipated expenses, breakdowns and so forth.
Okay.
Or a project that we didn't have an opportunity to budget for during the budget time.
That makes sense, because in a lot of the departments, we do keep a we do a capital reserve and an operating reserve, because just stuff breaks during the year, or stuff happens during the year. You just have to have a resource to respond to something.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to ask, perhaps in somewhere within this, it looks like maybe the specialized services and tech, where there might be tools that we can access that can help us to plan better for how to reach some of these goals, whether it be canopy, coverage, or I'm sure there must be, because there are tools coming out on a regular basis that include Fresno, and it would be really great to have resources to be able to, for the city of Fresno to plan according to tools that are used within the industry.
I think it's a great idea. That's really, because right now we're like our landscape medians, we're trying to do a metric for our landscape medians as well, so that we can prioritize them for corrective action or rehabilitation or maintenance. And so we're trying to get a methodology to score them in a way that allows us to say, these are the ones we've got to make investments in because they've fallen below a certain threshold. So I could see the similar tool for park facilities, canopies. One of the things that we've invested in and we're starting to roll it out would be an asset management system. So all of the parks facilities, we will add them into the asset registry, and we will keep an ongoing record of the labor, equipment, materials, supplies required to keep that stuff maintained and available for service. So that will, like you said, that will help us just budget and forecast a lot better and tighter, knowing that, when a certain asset gets to a certain condition score, we'll know that, it's going to take a certain amount of investment to get it back to an improved level of service or an acceptable level of service. And again, those are the things that you guys will kind of navigate through I think I heard Mr. Barazza talk about that earlier, the metrics and how do we score performance. And again, so we've got tools to do that. And so next year will be a lot of work just trying to dial those things in for the parks facilities. So we look forward to
it'll allow some uniformity so that when we're not specialists in a particular area, we can look at what the scores, how they're composed, and be able to compare them with other like cities and areas of the city, as in terms of equity, et cetera.
Perfect.
Thank you.
And then on contracted services, TJ, can you talk a little bit about the contracted services? Is this where we're working with our CBOs?
This is more Fresno Unified, our Spark program.
Yep. Okay.
Anytime we're contracted out, we have science that gets contracted out. There's many other areas where someone will have our staff and they'll be paying us through that.
Perfect. These are all the contracted services. 639,000 for. Oh, here's the one you talked about earlier, TJ, the Japanese garden.
That was my call.
Oh, that was yours. Yeah. Okay. Here's the Japanese garden. Memorial Auditorium. That's right, TJ. That's part of your assets, right? The park's assets. Correct. Is the Memorial Auditorium.
Yes.
We have allocations for the UGM and the neighborhood park services. Scott, service area 2.
Yes, service area 2 is the old urban growth management area in Southeast Fresno. And so these funds are eligible for just a small handful of locations of new parks. And I believe those are to be appropriated for the new park at Church and Orangewood.
Okay. And how about Area 4?
And then Service Area 4 is an area west of 99, and those funds, Service Area 4 includes Millburn, Dakota. So the parks budget includes using all of those UGM funds in that area, the old balance, and going into design work at Millburn, Dakota.
Perfect. And then UGM 5?
And I believe UGM Area 5, that's an area on the east side of 99 in Northwest Fresno, and includes funding toward Stallion Park.
Perfect. Okay. Citywide facility fees?
And Tommy, these are the citywide development impact fees. The city adopted a citywide fee program in 2005 to get away from these old small UGM geographic based fees that could only be used in a small area. These have been collected from new development and help fund a variety of capital projects that are in the parks budget.
And then, and Scott, so as part of those, we have to do a fee study, correct?
That's correct. And we're required under state law, it's known as the Mitigation Fee Act, to update those fees every 5 years. They were last adopted in 2016. So we are gearing up to be before the council on June 17th to hire a firm to update the fees. Right now they sit at somewhere, right off the top of my head, right around $3,900 or $4,000 per single family home. And then a similar amount, high 2000s for multifamily. Toward parks and not in under state law, we cannot use those funds for operations or maintenance, but only for new parks and new amenities that serve new growth.
And so that'll be one you guys will need to you guys will participate in, because you'll engage in the fee study in terms of just how do we create the nexus between what we charge a home and what are the needs of the parks. And so that's the exercise you guys will participate in, is just making sure we set those fees at an appropriate level to recover the cost of the new facilities and new parks, as Scott indicated. And typically, you know, there'll be a lot of engagement with the development community, and they will have an opinion on what the cost should be, and we will have an opinion on the cost will be, and now you will have an opinion on what we should be charging for parks fees as people move to the city and develop new projects.
Something that is a concern regarding the UGM charges, the fees. There's a project on the corner of Tulare and Peach. It's 123 apartments that they're paying about $400,000 for parks, UGM. And the way the system is set up, being a citywide system, that means that money could be used to pay the debt of parks that were built in North Fresno. So how do we prevent that from happening? How do we spread the benefit to the community that ends up paying for those fees?
Mr. Barraza, can you say that you're saying that you would like, I gotta make sure I heard it right. You would like to propose that we use the UGM fees to pay the debt on existing parks?
No, that's what I think is happening. What I'm suggesting is that if a project is located in Southeast Fresno, and I understand that sometimes you're going to share the revenue from all parts of the city, but I think what happens along Peach Avenue and there are sites that could benefit from using those revenues, but those revenues don't go to those sites. I don't even know where the money goes, and that's a topic that's somewhere down the road I'd like to have a workshop on, is what happens to the UGM fees that are collected? Where does that money go? And
Yeah,
I know
so
you
as
should.
yeah, and you're right. If that's one of those double-edged sword ones, because we do, as Scott indicated, we do collect the money to build new parks. And the challenge is when you build a new park, then you got to take on the maintenance burden, and that's where we've always had a challenge is funding the maintenance. And so, trying to be strategic in building a new park or adding a new asset at a park, and then figuring out, okay, so I did it. Do I have money on the back end to fund the electricity, the gas, the sewer, the people, the startup? And so, Scott, do you know off the top of your head what the impact fee budget is on it for parks?
Of course, it varies depending upon the level of development activity. It had been coming in right around $2 million a year of citywide impact fee revenue for parks. That's projected a little bit higher in the coming year with the pace of new development. And as Commissioner Barraza had mentioned, yes, a portion of that is utilized for bond debt service. At the time, back in 2005, the city council at the time, with a lot of community input, made a decision to bond for and design and construct several parks in the community, and to bond against future park impact fees. I believe that was a 30-year bond. And as Henry Fierro had mentioned, back on that debt service payment, 49% and then 51%, it's split between the general fund because there was some benefit to existing parks that did not serve brand new residents, and a portion that was allocated to new development. And that included pretty wide variety of parks citywide. And development-wise, it is, as Tommy mentioned, it is a double-edged sword because before the citywide fee, and we'd be glad to do a workshop on this separately, but before the citywide fee, it was isolated in small geographic zones, and the frustration was always that the city only didn't have enough to build a park in those individual areas. When it went to citywide, that pooled the resources and it could, implement a variety of projects. For example, in the next fiscal year, the largest capital investment with those developer fees is to match a TCC grant and construct a new community park in Southwest Fresno.
Let's see here. And then Scott, the UGM, the Parkland Quimby, or I don't know, or TJ?
Tommy, I could speak to that one. So the park fee is split into two components. One is for improvements, physical improvements and facilities in parks. And the other is a Quimby in lieu fee. So if a developer dedicates 3 acres of land per 1,000 new residents, then they become exempt from the Quimby fee because they have dedicated enough parkland to meet their obligation. If, however, they do not, or if the city doesn't want that parkland at that location, then there is an in lieu fee per acre that, as you can see here in the budget, 2.4 million available to acquire new parkland for the community.
And then and then Camp Fresno. So this is the camp that we are currently. Let's see, Aaron and Scott. I mean, everybody in the city is all hands on deck to get Camp Fresno up and running. It took off. We did not use it during 2020. I don't know if we used it in 2019 either, TJ, but I know we didn't use it in 2020, and so
we did use
a lot of TLC to get it ready. And I think we're having some folks up there this weekend, kind of a test run of the facility, but we want to really get hot and heavy using it here toward the end of June and through the rest of the summer. But it's a great asset and resource for the community. The mayor's vision is that this will be a place that youth from the city of Fresno can take advantage of, primarily from our disadvantaged communities, our at-risk communities, that we want those kids, those youth to have access to this. And so we're working our tails off to get that facility up and running and ready to make available to our youth. TJ, you want to add anything?
No, there's just coming along, and it's going to be an amazing adventure for a lot of our youth that maybe have not seen the mountains, the creeks, hiked, get away from it all. Like Tommy alluded, the mayor's vision is to bring this to the youth after the year that they've had with COVID. So working hard to get it going.
Will this be free for our youth, or will there be a service charge?
Free of charge.
Free of charge. Thank you.
Yeah, and we have had a condition assessment done of the Camp Fresno. I think it's around 15 million. So we're certainly not doing 15 million of work between now and getting it open, but we've done a lot of work, and so that'll be something we're going to want to look at programming over several years to see if we can just get it refurbished and reconditioned to where it provides good long-term service, reliable service for the community. We're a lot of people working their tails off at that. Woodward Park, Scott, looks like you guys are doing something at Woodward Park this year. Or TJ?
We are improving the amphitheater shade structure. And then we have a lot of tree work that we're doing out there, just a lot of different activities. But I think the primary is the shade structure. There's some ripped sails, and we're trying to look for more sound absorbing barriers out there.
And then we run, TJ, is the municipal golf, is this both golf courses or just the one by the river?
This is just the one by the river.
Okay. So we have 918,000 dedicated to that. And so one of the things we're thinking about, we've talked earlier about the youth programming. We'd like to see about trying to, work with the PAL program to maybe do a youth golf league. And so we get youth out there and we'd just get them introduced to the wonderful game of golf. It's a lifetime sport. And we'd be working in the community to see if we could get, some of the local shops, the pro shops to just help us with some of the equipment and materials and supplies. And we'd like to get a lot of similar with the Camp Fresno, where we want to get youth in our community exposed to something they may not have been exposed to. We want to do the same thing with the golf course. We want to see if we can get some of our youth exposed to that game. And again, it's a lifetime sport and something they can have a lot of fun with, and might not have an opportunity to experience. So we're really looking forward to that.
So will this be offering transportation back and forth? Because I know a lot of our youth in South Fresno doesn't have the means to get back and forth. So will we be offering transportation as well?
Exactly, yeah. So we're trying to coordinate something. We have a transportation arrangement with the EOC. In fact, they're helping us, correct me if I'm wrong, TJ, they're helping us with the transportation to and from the Camp Fresno?
They're not, we're going a different direction. We do have transportation, but.
Okay. Yeah. So, but we've been talking with the EOC and a few other agencies about exactly that, Ms. McCoy, to get the transportation, get kids transported to and from the golf course. And here's the bond debt service payment that that Henry had talked about earlier. So, and again, Scott, remind me again that the debt service we're currently paying for, is it across a lot of projects?
It is. That included a pretty wide variety of parks, community parks around the city. Ranging from, that included an expansion of what was at the time called Victoria West, which is now JSK Park. The entire Fig Garden baseball complex, Todd Beamer, pools, pool improvements at Fresno Unified, pretty wide variety.
Regional sports complex.
Yes.
The bike complex at Woodward, Pillabos, soccer fields. Okay.
So that's the line item detail. Ken, this is one of the documents we had sent. It's one of the things we prepare every year for every department. The line item detail. This is the line item detail for parks. You can see we've been spending 20 million, $50 million is for 22, and so that's only 9 months. So as you can imagine, 23 will be well in excess of 50 million as we get ready. There was there's another document I wanted to share. I apologize. Again, this is not going to be normal, Parks Commission.
I have a question, Thomas.
Oh, yes.
You're going really fast.
Oh, I know, sorry.
Sorry, now I know it's late, but we're here. As for the debt cost, is that coming from general fund or coming from Measure P?
Scott, we talked about that. That was partially, and Henry, you as well, I think part general fund, and then part of it is UGM, Scott?
Correct.
That's correct. Close to 50-50.
Yeah, we're not using any Measure P for debt service at this point. I haven't looked at I know I've read the ordinance. I don't know that we've dedicated it or planned on doing anything like that.
I don't believe we can.
I'm just kind of curious because it's moving really fast, you know? And so thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, so I'm going to share now the one other page. So this is also on the wrong one. We just went through it. Oh no, that was the capital. So one of the things we have to share with council as well is the capital budget. And so it's in the budget book. We have a dedicated section to that, Parks and Recreation as their capital. So some of the big things we're talking about, new facilities, is a new citywide senior center. We got about $2 million we've dedicated. City council members, I think 3 or 4 of them have identified.
Where is that located?
Right now, they're thinking somewhere along the Blackstone corridor between McKinley and Ashland. But it'll be along the Blackstone corridor, which gets people access with our bus rapid transit system. Again, that runs along Kings Canyon, Shaw, and Blackstone. So that seems to be the window that council's kind of targeting.
Will people from Southeast and Southwest be able to use that place?
Yeah, it's going to be a citywide park. And again, it's intended that it'll be in a location that has access to public transportation, our bus system. So wherever our bus system gets to, we want to get people to this facility. So it's kind of a hub and spoke. If you kind of look at the area they've targeted, the area we're kind of thinking of that as the hub, and then the BRT will be the BRT routes will be the spokes that get people to that facility.
Tommy, I have a question. I understand that there are some projects that are in the works for allocation of the Measure P funds. Will this commission have a say-so if those projects are approved for the funding or not, or where we start with the funding? Because from my understanding, I thought we were supposed to start with the neighborhoods with the greatest needs and start working our way that way. But it looks like there's a lot of other things coming up that wants a piece of the Measure P fund. So I'm just trying to understand what will we be able to say yes and no to.
Yeah, so as the commission, and Christy, you can check me if I'm wrong, you can say no to all of this, and then we would take that recommendation, kind of like planning commission. Planning commission will receive an action item. They will deny it or recommend declining it, and then it'll go to council, and then council will have the discretion to say, yes, we agree, don't do that, or they'll say, no, we disagree, we're going to do that. So that's this process we're in right now, is you will definitely get a chance to make a recommendation to council, and then they'll just take that under consideration, and then they'll make a final determination.
I have a comment, if I may, Madam Chair, on the Measure P items. I'm sorry, got a printer here. Basically, I see 3 projects that are going to, or at least they have pending Prop 68 applications. One being Quigley Park improvements, Milburn and Dakota. And that one, the total budget for that is 8.6 million, and they're asking for 308,000. And then there's a project at Church in Orangewood. The total budget for that is 7.8 million, and the request is for 1.5 million. This project happens to be located not far from the 2155 South Beach Avenue project.
Yeah, Church in Orangewood, yep.
Yeah, which happens to be 49 acres. There was a Prop 68 application filed in partnership with the city of Fresno of $6.9 million. we cannot get all of the items that are necessary, including playground equipment, which is basic for a park. So I noticed in looking at the other page that you have on the other side that there's really no allocation for that project. And just by way of background, that project, the people of that area have been waiting for 16 years. I mean, a long time. Nothing has happened on that side except for the planting of trees that volunteers and good people that have donated materials, and they have made that possible to happen. And on the Church in Orangewood project, I did a little bit of research and I found some information that I'm a little bit concerned about. And at the appropriate time, I like to get some information or some answers to something I discovered. This site was purchased. It's a 5.75 acre park site, and was purchased by the city of Fresno on the year 2011. And this was required that a developer was supposed to provide 3.83 acres of open space because housing projects required that. At that time, KB Homes released 72,000 maintenance deposit to be used by the city, and the city released KB Homes from obligation to landscape, irrigate, and maintain in perpetuity a 2.83 acre open space facility. And also, in looking at the Parks Master Plan and the City General Plan, I don't see this site as having been included. And maybe that came up a little bit more recently. So I'm kind of very concerned that no allocation, no additional resources are being made available for the 49 acre park site. And there are other very worthy projects that are being recommended for funding. But I think maybe that goes along with what our chair indicated, that if we would have started by starting to look at the needs more carefully, maybe we would have been able to include other items that were not included.
No, we agree 100%. Like I said, the intent, I think Christie's slide was perfect. You know, by April 1st of every year, we should be done. We'll have vetted all this with you guys, and it'll be in a nice bow. This startup year, though, it just got we didn't get it set till the 26th, and here we are 11 days later, and we got to get it adopted here in 16 days. So I do apologize. This is inconvenient, the way this is kind of coming out at you. Hey, Mr. Barraza, are you talking about the church in Orangewood site, or was there another site?
No, it was the church, and the one that I gave that description as to when it was purchased is the church in Orangewood.
Okay,
site.
so that is one of the capital projects that we've allocated $1.5 million for as a funding gap for the Prop 68 grant we've submitted.
Right. And you did not allocate anything for the 2155 South Beach Avenue, the 49 acres.
Oh no, yeah, we've not allocated any money to that. Yeah, correct. We have not allocated any money.
But if the Prop 68 money is not allocated, the folks have been waiting for 16 years to get something done on that site. So that will continue to drag. And I noticed that on your 4-year plan, you only show $50,000 a year for that. So anyway, that's a concern. I think that
You need me?
we have in Southeast Fresno, and I wanted to point that out.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So those are the new parks, and then we have a list of the improvement parks. Here's the Maxi Park I mentioned earlier. Large Park was originally intended to have a multi-gen center constructed at it. Council made a decision to move on from that project. Still invest $1 million to improve Large Park, but that money will now be moved to the senior center that will be in that Blackstone corridor between McKinley and Ashland. Talked about the Maxi HVAC project, about $1 million to fix that. Part of it will come from CDBG. just, yeah, these are just things that have just been kind of hanging around and just waiting to get done. Here's the Quigley Park improvement we talked about. So another Prop 68, $12 million project, and we've appropriated $3.5 million to fill the funding gap should that project get awarded. I think the grant is for about $8 million, and this $3.5 million would fill the gap so that we could comply with our commitment to the state. The other source of funding you need to consider is the CDBG funded capital projects. Again, these projects funded with CDBG. This is HUD, U.S. Housing and Urban Development. These dollars are primarily targeted to neighborhoods and areas that meet certain socioeconomic criteria. In some instances, we have to do income surveys. We can use census data, but they really, dollars must be targeted to very special areas with certain socioeconomic characteristics. And this has been a very, Scott, what would you say? This has been a pretty good funding source for some of the park projects we need? Hopefully Scott's still there.
Yeah, most definitely. CDBG has done a lot of work in the community, and you can see the lengthy list here of what will be delivered in 22.
CDBG, okay, and that's that. Now we get into Department of Transportation, the facts people. And then within this document then is the Parks Department's line item capital projects. And you can see these are the Einstein, Maxi we've talked about, Hinton, Romaine, futsal court. I didn't know we had futsal. That's good to know. And you can see the allocations we're making to each of these projects. Again, this is in the capital portion of the budget. The other one was the line item detail, and then we have the narrative. So putting the budget together, requires Henry to put together a lot of different documents in a lot of different forms. And so this is the Parks Department's capital budget. Here's that multi-gen center I had mentioned to you guys earlier, this P6197. So this project was allocated, and so now it's been eliminated by council, and they want to do a senior center out at again in that Blackstone corridor. It was 21, and then we zeroed it out for this year, moving the money to a different project. Again, these are all the projects that are currently, we've talked about a few of these, Maxi Park, Bulldog. Mr. Barazza, there's one here for Safseda Park. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, and thank you for making that happen, that we are applying for Prop 68. My concern is that if we don't get Prop 68, we'll have nothing.
Yeah. Let's cross our fingers. We get that.
There's a lot of community support for that project. I noticed on your budget book, you made the comment that the mayor and the council supported a lot of the things that you had. That's wonderful. But bottom line, that's also important is what the community want. And the community has been asking for that other project too. And they're paying for Measure P just like you and I. So I really think we should consider some type of an allocation to that project.
No, I think that's good. And again, I think that would be, you guys will need to, as Christy indicated, just, the organization, just what does that process look like this process right here is primarily driven by a couple of things. These projects here, they're driven by, certainly they start with community input because the community is typically contacting their local council member about something that's not working, not right, not serving, not performing, and then those requests come to the administration, and then we work with Scott and TJ to figure out, hey, what do we got to do? What do we got to do there? And then we start putting a budget together and a plan, and we present that to the council member, and they say that looks good, and then it just gets added to the list, and then then the full council then has to consider that project for that council member along with every other project. So I can give you, for example, this PC 00215. JSK reseeding. That one has been in the works for a long time, primarily because we had originally thought the council member had originally thought that might cost about $70,000 to reseed. And as we got into it, it was like, that was going to be a lot more expensive project than $70,000 to reseed the field. So we had to figure out what we weren't going to do or how we could wait. And then we accumulated the funds to get that project seeded. So those are the other things we kind of run into once we get into the details of the project. The Maxi Park was a similar one. It's hot. What's it going to take? Air conditioning. I think the general consensus was might be able to do that for $500,000. And then you get into it and start looking at it. And based on this facility size, location, and where we'd have to place the unit to protect against vandalism and make sure it's secure, it winds up being $1 million project. So that's the exercise we'll go through with you as well as you guys identify projects that you think are meaningful and valuable for the community. We'll work with you to define them. And then we'll just try and tune get that cost estimate nailed down so that we all know going in what it'll cost. And that'll be, the process we went through. And then how do we prioritize? How do we prioritize that $500,000 project with this $500,000 project? And I think Mr. Baratz had talked about that earlier, the criteria and how we navigate through, prioritizing, and will be a process we need to get through. Because as I indicated earlier, the master plan has identified about $150 million of deferred maintenance. So it's a target-rich environment in the city of Fresno to repair parks. But how do we want to? What's the first priority for corrective action, and then we just start marching our way through that. And what is that? What do those criteria look like? And then there's the new parks we want to add. So that's the other process we'll go through is how do we want to prioritize new parks for consideration, like the one Mr. Baratz had said on Peach Avenue. Where would that fit in the realm of all the new park ideas that the community might have, or the citywide citizens might have? But so this process that you're seeing here, building these capital projects, go through that similar process, and now we'll just work with you folks to help us prioritize, plan, execute. That's kind of the process we'll navigate through. So
before you leave this page, could I ask just a quick question?
Sure.
Since I noticed it. So if you'll scroll down just a bit, it's PC 00219, the River Bottom security upgrades. Can you speak to what that includes, what that is? So River Bottom security upgrades, 00219, 10,000.
This is for security cameras down in that area, and we started the project a year ago. We ran into a couple challenges with in terms of getting the power down there, so we just couldn't quite finish it up in time, so we had to carry it over.
And is this to help address like the homeless encampments down there and graffiti and those sorts of things?
General security for the area, yes.
And who would be monitoring those cameras?
That's part of the challenge that we're working through in terms of who would monitor, how often would they get monitored, what would be the triggers. So there's a lot more to this project than met the eye when the council member made the motion. So we're working through all those processes.
Okay.
And you'll see, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, when it says FY21 CR 18, is that council resolution? Or Henry, I guess I should say.
It should be.
Right. So you can see these ones that have the CRs. Those are things where council has made a very specific, you guys will do this. And then they vote, they get 4 votes, and then we take off running and go do that. So that'll be the process we'll need to work through as well, is how do we want to, council's going to have an idea on a project they want to do. Just what does that look like in terms of getting it to you to let you see it, and then getting it back to the council to act on it. But you'll see these CR ones; those are ones where the
Tommy,
council
if I
stepped
may,
in. Oh yeah,
that CR, because in fiscal year 21 we had actually 2 budgets that we had to put together. The CR represents continuing resolution. That was the first one.
Okay.
That's what that is. Yep. And so you just kept they identified the specific project as part of the continuing resolution. Is that correct, Henry?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right. Great. And I'd just like to mention, since we are obviously in another period of severe drought, that I hope within this, like embedded in all of this improvement and addressing old issues and deferments that we're thinking about water conservation and the potential to use any sort of practices to minimize our water usage. We consistently face that with irrigation and trees and vegetation, but also that includes the structures that are created that people use. And I just want to make a point because I don't necessarily see it embedded in improvements, but I'm hoping that that is the practice that we use at the city of Fresno.
No, that you're exactly. I think part of the challenge we've got right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, Scott and Aaron, is our overall our park irrigation system is severely degraded and underperforming, and we've got to make, for exactly that reason you're just mentioning, is that we're not being efficient with the use of the water based on the age and degree of deterioration in our irrigation.
And Tommy, that's one reason why I'm bringing it up, because it is a real issue, and it's something that in the future I hope we focus more attention on, because we can do a lot better and our parks will improve overall if we have better water conservation.
Love it. No, perfect. So then we get into public works and all the things that the public works folks do. But overall, you can see we are proposing FY22 capital projects, $23 million. And so one of the things we're working on is just to have some signs made for those ones that will be funded with Measure P, is just funded, kind of like you see, funded by Measure C, funded by EPA, funded by Measure P, because we do. I think somebody mentioned earlier about how do we message this? How do we get? I think that's a great idea. How we do that. What's that process of keeping people informed about the progress and of the group and the dollars that they approved. But part of it also is that as we do things, we want to make sure we're showcasing it and featuring it for people to know you guys paid for this. This was due to you, and we want to thank them for making the funds available. So, wow, what I just took you through is 6 months of work. And I apologize that you had to take it in 180 minutes or 120 minutes. That's wasn't pleasant. I know it wasn't pleasant. But those are that's the budget, the operation budget, the capital. We went through the line item detail and how we're allocating the Measure P dollars next year. The only thing we haven't really given consideration to, not that we haven't considered it, is just that the Arts Council piece that we haven't really done anything with because it's just not something we fund at this point. And it looked like it's pretty intentional that there was supposed to be the plan, the cultural arts plan, and then the granting program. And so those two things we're look forward to work with you guys on and the Arts Council to do. So that concludes my presentation, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. Is there any member of the public who would like to make a comment about the current item we are discussing? You will have up to 3 minutes.
Yes, we have Gabriel Lozano. Gabriel, you're on mute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, my name is Gabriel Lozano. I'm the program manager for Subsida. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. I am under the direction of my board of directors for Subsida to make a statement. And one of the things I see at the budget, and we talk about One Fresno, but I've been personally working on the 2155 49 acre park project. And it just breaks my heart that I bought into the One Fresno. I participated in 4 of the cleanups in Southeast Fresno. To clean up the trash. I just don't understand it. Here's a project that has carbon consumption, Prompt 68, smart access, building trees, getting people out of their cars, walking to it, safe route to schools. 120 trees come in. We're applying for another grant for 80 trees. The carbon consumption, nothing can match it. And it just seems like we're roadblock after roadblock. We've gotten over 800 volunteers, 5,000 hours of working on it. Working on the park is not easy. It's hard. We trenched over a mile for irrigation. We didn't put that irrigation in. We worked local kids, at-risk kids. It's what the community wants. Been working on this project from the beginning. I've written 2 successful grants for it, hopefully a third, maybe a fourth, 5, 6. We just need to think of South Fresno. We're still going to be into that problem of 3.6 to 1.06 of per 1,000. That means 1,000 people in an acre of park space. You can talk about schools and everything, but that's part-time parks. You can talk about Holmes Playground. I pass by there all the time. People don't, it's not really a park, it's a recreational center, but these kids deserve parks. As a kid, I used to have to break into to Roosevelt to go swimming in the pool to enjoy things. We need to change things. If we're gonna move on and really call ourselves One Fresno, I like, just like the Camp Fresno, it's happening all of a sudden. So you can't tell me that things can be restructured where you can include funding for that 49-acre park project. I'm not mad or anything, but it's just a reflection of how the community feels within that area. There's nowhere to go for these kids. Southeast Fresno has the highest concentration of apartments. Tell me where they play at in an apartment that's green space, where we're using water-wise funding. We're putting bioswales. It's a fabulous project. Fabulous. I've learned so much about green space, and I respect the Parks Department. And this goes also for Mayor Dyer. I've known Mayor Dyer since I was a kid, and he's worked right beside us. I would like for him, I'll even beg that he reconsiders budgeting something for that park. It's not really for me or my ego. It's for the kids, it's for the community, and it's what they want. And I thank you for hearing me out.
Eric Payne.
Good evening, commissioners, and congratulations on your service to our great city with the implementation that you've been charged with for our Measure P Parks funding. As someone who has been at the front of this, on the front lines of this work with Measure P, from the architecture of bond language, to our ballot language, to organizing community residents in our frontline communities. I look forward as Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute and working with this administration, the City Manager's Office, Francine, Mr. Escueda, and Mr. Mosier, and TJ to address issues relative to loss of learning that these dollars can go to mitigate in our frontline communities. And developing strong partnerships relative to those communities that have been disproportionately impacted during this pandemic, specifically our Southeast Asian students, our African American students, and our Latino students, and our South Asian students who have been greatly impacted during this pandemic. And we look forward to working with the administration. We have a partnership with the Charles Drew University School of Medicine that we would love to share with you all at a future meeting and talk more about that work and other work relative to youth gang prevention intervention work that we have engaged in with many of our community partners, both locally and beyond. Mr. Escueda, I look forward to identifying students in our neighborhood who can learn a new skill at the golf course and greater utilize our swimming pools through lifeguard training programs and youth internships. And so, again, I just wanted to introduce myself to the commission because we will be highly engaged in your work over the next year as you look to implement these dollars. Thank you.
All right, that's all for public comment.
I will now close the hearing and bring the item back to the commission for discussion. Do the members have any comments or questions for staff? I think we might have covered it, but I just want to make sure.
I want to say that I've heard concern raised by a couple of commissioners, and I'm not sure how we are going to proceed. Mr. Esqueda, I understand the dynamics that you all are dealing with in terms of needing to present a budget to the city council. At the same time, I'm hearing concerns that this commission, only in our second meeting, right, had no opportunity to have input in this process. I don't have a solution. But I've heard concerns regarding that, and it feels a little concerning to me also. So I'm wondering if maybe you can at least explain one thing to me. As you all developed this budget, in terms of the ordinance for Measure P, what did you put into consideration? I think my colleague, Mr. Leon Barasa, made a good point in terms of some projects that have been sitting there for years in certain communities. And so I just echo the concerns, at the same time understanding the parameters that you all were having to work within.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the priorities that we used was the city council members' kind of priorities. They had identified. We had gone back and looked at when we got here in January, and we look back. There are some parks projects that council has authorized, appropriated some money that go back to 2019, and they were just there. And so what we decided to do was, okay, let's round up all those projects that have been sitting, and let's go ahead and see how would we move them forward. What is a plan we could do to move them forward? And so that is what you see reflected is just the projects that the council is appropriated and considered and wanted to see move forward. And so we thought, okay, let's start with that. Because I don't have any projects I want to do, and nobody has any projects they want to do. It's just let's get these things taken care of that we know the council has an appetite for and has expressed a desire to move forward. So we get those out of the way, and then we start with you guys on updating the master plan, doing the cultural arts plan, and through that process, all of these items that you got, the criteria for advancing projects. How do we select new projects? How do we prioritize the deferred maintenance projects? That's the process we'll get into you with this year. And so next year's budget, that'll have your fingerprints and hands all over it, and it'll be yours. Right now, what we're giving the council is just, hey, these are all these things you said you guys wanted to get done over the last 3 years. We're going to go ahead and present them to you and fund them. And so that was the criteria we used, was just council's kind of wish list.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Apuda. I apologize.
No problem. Thank you for that explanation. There's a lot of information. I just want to clarify, were any of these projects brand new projects? Like the senior center, has there already been work done, dollars allocated, or are any of them brand new? Because again, I'm hearing about other projects that have been there, and it would be concerning to me if brand new projects were taking precedent over those.
Yeah, I would say, Mr. Barazza, how long has the Peach Avenue site been on the table for discussion?
16 years. That's how long the city, 16, 6.
Yep.
That's a long time.
Yeah, so your question, Dr. Apuda, there are a lot of projects that have jumped that project in terms of priority over the years, over 16 years. Not sure why, but yeah, there are projects that have gotten ahead of the queue of that Peach project. On the senior center project, that's morphed from that. I talked about the large park. There was a desire to put a multi-gen center there that would serve all ages. That was something council had identified as something they wanted to do in 2020. And then council changed and said, we no longer want to do that project there. We want to do something over in the Blackstone corridor. So that was just it had started in one location and we're just moving it to another location. We talked about one on Weldon Avenue in Van Ness. It's a small little pocket park. That's something that one of the council members has been talking about in District 1 for several years, and finally decided, worked with Scott and I to say, hey, how do we make this happen? And so we had, well, here's the process we got to go through. Got to do the appraisals, got to do the phase ones. We got to all the work it takes to try and create a project, create a park like that. So what you see here are just a reflection of just what we've heard from council on projects they want to get done.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'm sorry, you go ahead and then I'll wait.
No, I was just going to say thank you.
Okay. Tommy, correct me if I'm wrong. Some of the projects that were presented tonight have been allocated from the previous budget, but they're waiting for Measure P funds.
No, so they have been appropriated in Measure P. So I'll give you an example: the JSK Park, or the Maxi Park project. They had been identified as something that we needed to do, and then as Scott and his team got into it, they didn't appropriate enough money. There's you can't do this project. You can't do a Maxi Park HVAC project for $500,000. It's going to cost $1 million. So we said, all right. And there was a number of those. So we said, okay, let's just pull all those out, have Scott and his team and TJ work on what are the true costs to get these projects done. We got that cost. Okay, now let's go ahead and allocate them to the Measure P program. That did occur, correct?
So what happened to the allocation, for example, to the JSK Park and the Maxi Park? Because if it was $500,000 that was allocated for the Maxi Park, and there's $1 million for the HVAC system, it should only be a $500,000 ask from the Measure P funds, correct?
Right. Well, then what we wound up doing was allocating those dollars to other things in the city, other park-related projects. More of the operations services. Yep.
Hey, Tommy, I wanted to add to Commissioner McCoy's or Chair McCoy's question. There are some projects like the Van Ness Weldon Triangle Park where only the design funding had been and land purchase had been allocated by the council, but there had been no funding identified for construction of the project. So there's no movement of money away from projects like that. It's simply the next phase. And without Measure P, very likely a project like Triangle Park could have no funding for construction. So that's in essence a shovel-ready type project then to go into construction.
Thank you for that, Scott. It sounds like to me that without Measure P, there would be no funding for any projects in the Parks Department from the presentation that we just received. But thank you for that.
No, that's a correct observation, Ms. McCoy. Yep, you are correct.
Madam Chair, if I could say something. The concern I have is that we have been involved since the general plan was developed. When we found out that South Fresno does not have as many parks as North Fresno, then we had the master plan developed. We participated in that, and this site on Peach Avenue was always identified as a very important priority. And then the wonderful thing was that we got help from the city to pay for the architectural work necessary to file the Prop 68 application. And we filed the application, and we even have a master plan. We've done a lot of architectural work. So a lot of hard work, not counting the blood, sweat, and tears of trenching, planting trees, doing work, assuming responsibility for the maintenance of the site. So we're doing our part. And now that this opportunity for funding comes up, I'm actually disappointed that this particular project, some type of allocation to show a good faith effort to keep the process rolling, and because a lot of folks are paying this new tax, and we want to demonstrate that this truly means that one city, and we want to be part of that. So I just needed to say that I'm a little bit different.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Christy, I do want to clarify one thing. I think Dr. Apuda talked about it, that there's no input. And so I would think that you still have the opportunity to input. So Mr. Barazza, you could make that, or as a commission, you guys could make those kinds of recommendations, proposals to council, because there's 29 million available. 2021 is what we've allocated to projects. So you could make some recommendations. We'd like to recommend council appropriate something to that project, or if some of you have other projects, those are absolutely recommendations you can make to council. But like I said, like with planning commission, they'll receive that and then they'll make the decision that they'll make on that particular item. But absolutely, you guys could make those kinds of proposals and recommendations to the council still. Is that correct, Chrissy?
Excuse me, can I say something? I've just been waiting, so I just wanted to say on behalf of this, the Fresno Parks plan that we have, the master plan here from 2017, that's the first place that I looked. And I think it's actually extremely important to recognize all of these parks and strategic enhancements and redevelopment opportunities that were listed on the front of this master plan. And many of them are not represented within this group or in our phone calls tonight. And this is the first place that I would look to. And I hope that as we go into the next formulation of this Parks Master Plan, that we pay attention to these recommendations, because there are plenty of very talented agencies that work with the youth and seniors and environmental organizations that were together with the city of Fresno, putting a lot of energy into it. And I just want to make sure that we're not forgetting that. So the recommendations from this plan are really some that we should be paying attention to. And I hope the city council also pays attention to them.
And the plan is for you guys to update that, and then that will, like you said, that will be the guidebook for this time next year. Not this time next year, March, April next year will be the guidebook.
Yeah, I do believe it could be the guidebook, but I guarantee you, once we take the tour of the parks, that some of the recommendations that are in the Parks Master Plan may change because of some of the conditions of the parks, especially in South Fresno. I don't know if you guys currently know, but we are 97 out of 100 ranking through the Trust Public Land. So that means that we haven't moved anywhere at all. And this is like, I hope with the funding of Measure P and more allocation from the city to the Parks Department, that we will be able to move up and at least get out of the 90s. We've been in the 90s for a while now, and it's just really sad that we're ranked that low and we're such a big city.
I couldn't agree more, Chairperson McCoy, but I will just say that I think Commissioner Cummings' point is a good one too, which is as we develop these master plans, they have to be seen as tools that we're actually using, and we're actually, taking the energy and time that's put into developing these plans and carrying them through, because otherwise they just become documents on a shelf and it's not really helping us develop in any rational sense our overall park plan. So I think it has to be a living document. I think it has to respond to these things for sure. And I think that's our great opportunity and great job here going forward with the timing of this. But when we develop these master plans or have input into these master plans, I think we also need to look at that as something that is going to carry through over the long haul.
No, I agree with you more, but I'm just saying that some of the conditions that these parks are in, that sometimes some of the recommendations of the Parks Master Plan will change because of the conditions that some of these parks are in. So I totally agree with you, Co-Chair. I was just making that statement. And I totally agree with Mona as well, but I was just making that statement.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Do we have a sense for when the city will hear as far as the Prop 68 grants? And should we not receive them, could the funding that is being allocated as the match for those programs then be moved to, say, the Peach project?
Yeah, so I'll look to TJ to tell us when she expects to hear the decision.
We should find something out by mid-August, mid to late August. From the state.
Right. And then Commissioner Parks, if the decision is made, if it's not funded, and then let's use Quigley. I think it's 3.5 million we put Quigley, TJ?
Correct.
Correct. So that right now is in the budget appropriated to be the gap funding for that project. If that grant isn't awarded, the money goes back, and then you guys are then in position to recommend to council, hey, we would like to recommend to council that you do this with this funding that was not, and again, it'll be the council's decision to say we agree, or they may have some other project they want to do, but absolutely, you guys can make recommendations to council to reallocate that funding to another project or program or service that you guys agree to put forward to them.
So Thomas, are we able to make a recommendation today for youth services programs like free of charge, like pools, access, sports, baseball, soccer, basketball? Are we able to do it today? Because you mentioned that we're going to allocate close to 22 million and we have about 29 million. So,
29 million, yep.
So can I make a recommendation today?
Yeah. Hey, Christy, I'm just curious how do we want to how does this body communicate a recommendation? Is it a resolution? Do they have to adopt how do we do that?
So I think generally going forward, it would be a resolution, but timing wise, we didn't have that. I believe, and Raj can jump in on this. Right now, what normally would have gone forward was a motion to make a recommendation to City Council based off of what was presented this evening. If they want to modify that recommendation, meaning they don't agree with everything you said and they want to change that, I think we can do that verbally here this evening and do that as a motion.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Christy said. Any recommendation that the commission would like to make, generally you would have a little bit more time to consider the commission's recommendations and potentially even update the budget proposal.
Absolutely.
And so I think my reading of the ordinance is that to some degree, the recommendations are based upon the public comment. And today I know that we had, in the future that we may have more commentors, but whatever thoughts the commission has can definitely be memorialized in what the clerk would call a minute resolution, where they would just, state what was stated. And then that can be presented to the council, or if you want to make some modifications, you can make the modifications accordingly and present that to council.
So, Ms. Vang, I think the answer is yes. You can share with us your recommendations, and then and all of you can share your recommendation. And I guess since it's recorded, the clerk can go back and these are the things that were. How'd you say it, Raj? These were the things that were stated, commented. Yeah, these were the recommendations of the commission. I would recommend, though, that at this time. So I think now they should be reiterated by whomever on the commission has made them, and then you would take a motion to recommend, the budget with these additions, and that would be seconded. The commission would vote on it, and that would become the recommendation of the commission based upon the hearing.
Exactly.
So if I wanted to make a recommendations, that since we have, I think it may be about 7 million left, and if I say I'm going to make a recommendation to set aside $1 million to support our youth program for free of charge services, I could do it right now. I mean, it's just that we don't have much time, and that is a recommendation I would like to move forward.
Yeah, so that could be a recommendation. And I would just caveat it with an addition. I would say in accordance with the funding category set forth in Measure P, that section that we talked about earlier, where there were different percentages. I believe one of those sections actually applies to sort of where you're wanting this money to go.
Yeah. Okay. Is that what you said, Raj?
You can say ditto.
I'm sorry. Our member Bang, do you mind repeating that? I have recommended to set aside $1 million, and then you kind of cut out for me over here.
Yeah, I would like to set aside $1 million aside for youth services program to support free of charge for a pool. If they're families who's gonna come out to swim, soccer, football, basketball, all the services that we provide for family. I'm not sure the percentage, but when I looked at I think ordinance, it was like 12%, right, for youth services. And so, I don't want to make a big ask, because I don't know what the percentage for each amount exactly is. Because if we have 29 million, what is 29 million going to youth? Is that 12% of 29 million? I just want to clarify that. But my recommendation is just to set aside $1 million for youth services program. And whatever Rod added, to support.
Yeah, I'll follow up
In
with
accordance with section 7-1504.
Yeah, and I also want to add that with, these services needs to be shared across to all family. It's our African American community, our Hispanic community, our South Asian community, our Asian community, all races really. And I think we need to, when we look at providing services to our youth, I want to make sure that it's inclusive of all community because, we're all here in Fresno. And so a lot of times, certain communities miss out. It could be because of the narrative, the language support they don't have. So for example, my Hmong family might not be able to have the services because they don't speak English. Or maybe our Latino family is not able to get the services because they don't speak Spanish. So I think it's really important that when we're looking into this, we're looking into language too, to support our family who don't speak. English is their second languages. And even our Sikh community who speaks Punjabi, because we have a lot of family who don't speak English too. And I'm not saying that, but I think it's important because we're looking into the cultural aspect in art. I think we really need to look into supporting our family who are second language. English is their second language when we're looking into all the services we're providing for our community.
Commissioner Vang, I'm wondering if I could make a suggestion that your recommendation is for the upcoming year, that you specify it, because we don't know what we might be doing thereafter. And so that as we promote this to the community, it's really clear, because you don't want to start something free and then have to change that.
I see. Okay. So for this,
so I'm wondering if you might consider that.
Okay. Yeah, I agreed. I think we can consider it every year, but for fiscal year 2022, I think we should set aside $1 million for our families to support them with the services cost. We got to look at pandemic, what our families facing. We got to think about learning loss. We got to think about, the impact our families facing. I mean, I work for Fresno Unified. I ran the COVID call center and I took over 35,000 phone calls. Our family are very emotional. They don't have access, as Jose mentioned, Southeast, a lot of apartments, they don't have access, they don't have green space to even breathe and walk. And so it's important that our youth services get service because they are our leader, our future. They're going to make impact in our community. And I think they're worth it. Like I would spend every penny on them if you ask me, because they're going to be our future leader. They're going to make the impact in our community. And I think it's important that we provide services to all family and really look into the language support too, because it's important to have language, to provide the right language when we look into a flyer, when we look into all kind of communication. We need to consider all languages, our Sikh community, our Hmong community, our Spanish community, and other languages. And we have and then we have to be very careful too, because if we're going to have newcomer student coming, I heard that newcomer students coming soon. And so we have to look at those other stuff that's coming into Fresno, and those families are going to have a play into the newcomer student. And it's going to be a big amount, I heard. So I'm not sure the exact amount, but there's a lot of things that are changing in Fresno. So we really need to look into those things to support green space and youth program for our families.
So can you repeat the motion back, Brianna, please?
Okay, I have, well, it's not a motion. There wasn't a motion. It's a recommendation.
Right.
Okay, so I have Member Bang recommended to set aside $1 million for the youth service program to support youth family services. And then I have, and make sure that, now this isn't 100% verbatim, but to make sure that it is for the upcoming fiscal year in accordance with the funding of Measure P. So something more or less like that.
Section 1506, the funding 1506. I do want to chime in real quickly, just to provide an informational note. I think in the future, because you will have more time, generally. So part of the commission's charge is to ensure that the funding is allocated pursuant to the categories. So when you say set aside $1 million, theoretically you would have, the breakdown of what is going into youth services. And then you would, in the future, theoretically, be saying, well, let's not fund this and fund this instead, or let's increase the funding here and decrease the funding here. But I think Tommy can probably take a look and figure out if this fits already and present that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should this be
to that
an
point-
amendment and not a recommendation that Commissioner Bang is making?
Yeah, I'm making
An amendment to the budget, the budget presentation.
So
yes.
Is there any more time? Would it be possible to schedule? My concern is that we're 3.5 hours into a meeting here. It feels like we're sort of under the gun. All of us are passionate about maybe some specific thing, we have a responsibility to be thoughtful about this stuff. And I'm feeling like we're, at the end of the meeting, we're all going to start throwing footballs into this basket. Oh, but then include this thing, include that thing. I can see it on everybody's face. Is there an opportunity to talk a little bit longer about this before we present? Tommy, is this being done in this fashion so that we can get it before the city council this Thursday, or is there more time for this?
Yeah, I mean, we've got to get something in front of council before they adopt the budget, which is June 30th. So I just don't know when you're going to meet next. We were thinking if you guys want to meet again and go through it, then we could add a meeting. But it depends on when council. Henry, when do you think they'll adopt the budget? I guess the 24th might be the last, day. June 24th might be the last day.
24th.
Yep. So that'd be what's that? 17 days from now. Yeah. So Scott, it's not like it feels like you're under the gun. I apologize. You're under the gun. It's not how I would have done it, but it's just how the calendar worked out with the lawsuit and delays and everything that happened. It wound us here.
And we can always have a special meeting, right, Raj?
Yes, the chair can call a special meeting. You've adopted the bylaws, so the procedure is in the bylaws for holding a special meeting.
Yeah, we just have to post it within we have to post it 24 hours in advance.
And the other thing to consider is pursuant to Measure P, that you guys are just getting started. And I think the ordinance recognizes that. Pursuant to Measure P, this commission was supposed to go live by June 30th. By that time, the first year's budget, because the city by charter has to adopt the budget by June 30th, it may have already been adopted. So this first year is going to be a year to some degree of learning what the procedures are and ensuring that you all fulfill your roles in accordance with Measure P. But you may feel that even if you have another meeting, you don't have enough time.
And then
what we was already going to get, the city manager's already going to have presented.
Madam Chair, when you get a chance, please.
Yeah. So here's my thought: is I'll be here as late as you guys want. Because we're going to make the presentation, because the council sets the dates for when we do presentations, and they want to hear this one on Monday, the 14th. So that's the date they selected for this. So we could do the presentation similar to what we've shown you today, and then we could have another slide that says, and here are the Parks Commission's recommendations. And it would be set aside the $1 million. If we want to do something else, we just give them all because they're not going to decide on the 14th whether to adopt the budget. They're just hearing from us. I'll give them your information. They'll hear from you in that form. And then they'll take the next few days. They'll make the next 10 days to think about police and parks and public works and all the projects, but they'll have your information in front of them as part of what you would like to see done with the Measure P dollars.
Commissioner Barraza, you had a comment?
Yes, I wanted to make a motion that this commission recommend the allocation of $2.5 million to the Southeast Fresno Regional Park and Soccer Complex for all the reasons that were stated before and in compliance with the intent and purpose of Measure P.
I will second that.
Well, I think right now we're just catching up on recommendations. We don't actually have anything unless we're done with recommendations, right? But if there's
I think we can take recommendations. What my suggestion would be is to do this similar to how budget motions are made. If you are going to be making recommendations sort of as in order, and then allowing the city manager's office to reconcile them. Because you may make recommendations that don't actually add up or may add up to way more than what they can add up to legally. So for instance, the first recommendation was made was for $1 million for fiscal year 22. And I think that we can assume that all recommendations are for the fiscal year 22 budgets. And we are considering two budgets here, the parks budget and the Measure P expenditures. And so what you can do is you can make a recommendation, and that can be a formal recommendation via motion. The motion would then be seconded. You would all vote on the motion, and then you can move on to the next motion. I think for this first year, if you choose not to reconcile all of your motions, then Tommy would be able to present it like he said. He'd present the budget and then say, these are sort of the asks of the commission in the form of recommendations. And this is how I, envision them or have envisioned them. So if that's the process you want to take, then I think we would take the first motion that was made by Commissioner Vang. The first recommendation that was made by Commissioner Vang. If that is a motion, then Commissioner Vang would move to recommend that. The chair, Ms. McCoy, you would ask for a second, and then the clerk would take a roll call vote. And then we would move on to, who was the second suggester, the recommender?
Barraza.
Yeah, and then Commissioner Braza's recommendation would be taken as a motion. A motion to recommend.
Okay.
I hope that made sense. Sorry.
If I could ask one question about that, is it possible to get all recommendations on the table before we do that process?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yep.
I can type, Christy or I can type them on our screen, or the clerk can type them on her screen and then share screens.
I'll have you type it. You're faster and you know all the legal words.
All right, I'll do it this time.
Okay, so right now, Raj, what you're saying is we're going to take recommendations and then take motions after all the recommendations are done.
So if everybody's okay with the way that Commissioner Apuda has recommended it, then we'll do a recommendation list. We'll just take everybody's recommendations, and then you guys can, I'll share my screen. You guys can look at them and then decide to make a motion. Here we go. Or you guys can discuss, take things out, and then here you go, however you decide to do that. Would you give me the ability, do I already have the ability to screen share?
Let me, there you go. You do know.
Just give me one moment to make this look legible.
Yeah.
Can you guys see it?
Yes.
Okay, and you're seeing the Word document, correct? That says fiscal year 22?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, spend 1 million. And is this correct for youth support services? And all of the recommendations.
Is this a recommendation or is this an amendment to the parks budget?
You don't have the authority as a commission to amend the parks budget. Only the city council has the authority to accept.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, that's not meant disrespectfully to the commission.
It kind of sounded like it, but I get it. Thank you.
No, sorry, I didn't mean it that way. The commission's charge is to provide recommendations and take public input. So, okay, so we have a recommendation for 1 million for youth support services. And everything here will be assumed to be in accordance with the bucket set out in Measure P that Francine Kane reviewed earlier. And then there's another recommendation to spend $2.5 million on a Southeast Fresno Regional Park. Is that correct, Commissioner Braza?
Yes, it is.
And I will put your names next to these, and if I spell it wrong or get it wrong, my apologies, and I'll try to correct it.
Can I ask a question about the first recommendation? I think there was more specificity when Commissioner Vang brought this up. So it's specific to providing free services, sports, access to pools. I think that's important that we capture that.
Yeah.
Yes, waiving all fees, correct, Commissioner Parks?
Yeah.
Pools and sports. I don't know if that could be a part of it.
Is this correct, Commissioner Vang?
Yeah, for access to pools and sports.
And what?
Sorry,
Pools and
my son
sports.
just came, and sports, I'm sorry. I apologize, my 8-year-old just came in here.
Commissioner Barazza, it's the Southeast Regional Park at Peach Avenue. Is that how we should say it?
Yes, the address is 2155 South Beach Avenue.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I don't have a recommendation, but I'm wondering about a preface to the recommendations that kind of encompasses the concerns, that there's an acknowledgement and understanding of the timeframes and parameters that the department was up against in developing this budget, but that there are concerns about the lack of input from both the public and this commission. That's just me talking. I don't know how other commissioners feel about that, but I feel like there should be some preface that says we're kind of like, yeah, but
Hey,
we get it.
Dr. Apuda, this is Tommy. We feel the same way. I was just like, oh my gosh, we got to get this programmed and the timing. So we're with you.
You know, and we respect the work you all have had to do, right, to get here. At the same time, I think it's important to say we're not going to do this again.
I agree, Commissioner Apuda.
I concur, and if I may, and again, I'm going to acknowledge that everyone on this commission has things, topics that they're passionate about. I'd like to make a recommendation that we set aside $800,000 for infrastructure upgrades, ADA upgrades for Storyland Playland. The train at Storyland. So Storyland and Playland statistically serves some of the poorest children in America. It has a mission to do so. It and as do all our parks, but this is the one I'm familiar with. Our train does not run reliably. It is antiquated. It's an old diesel machine. It doesn't have safety issues technically, but it has not been running. And there are many ADA upgrades required at that park that was built. The one side of it was built in the 50s. The other side of it was built in the 60s. And that's part of the charm of it. But the other part of the charm of it is that there are large parts of it that are not properly accessible. So I would like to add that little piece in there.
Scott, my kids go to Storyland Playland a lot, and I know there's so many, like, even the ride needs some changes, you know, even like some of the little, like some of the stuff that the Goose Land, what is that? That's the Storyland, right?
Yes.
Do we also need to look into like structures or anything too? Because
absolutely,
we don't have, yeah, you know, so you're looking at 800K, or you're looking more of a 1 million, just because.
Well, no, we have a plan that adds up to about 7 or 8 million. And that's what I think is just so sad about the process that we're having to undergo tonight. You know, it either waits a year or you say it real quick and try to put it on this list. But you know, that's the process we're living in right now. So
thank you. That was a good recommendation.
Thank you.
If we're going to be designing the cultural and art as our commissioner doing it together, should we also set aside some funds for that, or is that too premature?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Since we're going to be building the new cultural and art the plan. Should we set aside some funds for 2022 to support that plan? Or the plan we're building is not for 2022, it's for 2023? Just want to clarify.
No, the way we're planning it, we didn't program any money for that one. Was that I think it's 3.4 million, 3.5 million for the arts and culture piece. Let's just say your consultant cost you, I'm just making up numbers here, $500,000. The $500,000 to pay for that consultant will come out of that 3.5 million.
So 3.5 million is set to the side to do that work, so we don't need to make any recommendation?
You know what? It'd probably be a good idea just to document that, we make sure we allocate the money for, the preparation of the cultural arts plan. Okay. I think that's a good idea.
All right, thank you.
I know I misspelled it.
And do you have money already for the master plan, for the park master plan?
Correct. That'll also come out of the allocation of the Measure P.
And it's already budgeted?
Scott, correct me if I'm wrong. You guys are going to council on the 17th?
We are working toward that goal of the 17th. The contract would have a $300,000 amount for the first components out of Parks Department appropriations for the current fiscal year. And there will be a second phase of work proposed out of Measure P in the following year, in FY22. As Tommy noted, not all of the Measure P revenue is proposed for projects and programs in the 22 budget. There are some dollars that are still left, and that would come back as one recommendation to go in. For example, as the groups discussed tonight, detailed assessments, condition assessments of every park facility.
Madam Chair, I have put in the chat a write-up of the preface for folks to consider.
Like it.
So that Mr. Singh doesn't have to try to figure out what I was saying.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Commissioner Puda.
Yeah. And I don't have any, I'm not wedded to anything, so people can chop it up, whatever. I'm easy.
I think that's wonderfully stated, Dr. Opuda.
Thank you.
I agree. Thank you for putting that together.
What are you thinking, John? I see your head going like,
No, I think it's spot on. What I'm uncomfortable with is the fact that we're actually doing this, right? We're saying like, oh, there's not enough time to do this, right? It's what Commissioner Miller said. We're acknowledging, oh, there's not enough time to do this correctly. And we think that this process was poorly timed, at the very least. And yet here's our recommendations, which I'm at a big disadvantage. You all are like much more knowledgeable about the history of all of these things, but I don't know enough about them other than, people have their projects that they're passionate about and want to recommend funding for, which I think is great, but we haven't had any time to like really understand in any depth what these recommendations entail. So I'm concerned about that. And I just want to go on record as saying that.
Are there any further recommendations that any commissioner wants to put forward?
Will we be able to add before the city council meeting if we have any other recommendations, or they have to be included tonight?
So, Tommy, correct me if I'm wrong, but you present next week, correct?
Correct.
So, and currently your next scheduled meeting is not until the following Monday, the 21st. And
Christine,
any
Raj?
recommendations that you're going to make have to be through this process. In a meeting, it has to be public. So
yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's the commission charge to do it in public and have the hearing and make the recommendation. You're right.
Yeah, and as the clerk pointed out, you all could decide to have a special meeting to get additional public input and, or continue today's discussion about recommendations to these budgets.
That's exactly what I was going to recommend, that we have a special meeting, and that way we can look more into the data and understand more where this money is going and figure out if we want to reallocate anything.
And I think the other recommendation I would make, and again, I hate to put more burden on you, but if you listened in to the council, our presentation to council, you may hear the questions that they have or the ideas that they've got, and then that'll prompt you as well. And then a special meeting after that, you can say, okay, good. They picked up on what we were thinking. Let's make a recommendation to do that. Hey, they picked up on, or they didn't talk about this. Let's add that. So, if you were to do something, they'll hear it on Monday. They certainly won't adopt it. Like I said, they're not going to adopt the budget or do anything on Monday. But if you guys could do something next week, I'd like to tell you that if you did it on the following Monday, you'd have that week. But again, I don't want to, I'd hate for them to adopt it before then. I just don't see them doing it, but you just never know.
I think time is of the essence, and I'm glad that we are expressing our key issues right now. And if you want to have like a meeting, if it's necessary, we can have it. But I think this was very important that we do, so that we express our concerns of what was missing. And I think we're doing that.
So can I just make a motion recommendation for us for this, or did we wait, or sorry, just, I know it's late, it's 9:26.
Commissioner Vang, you can move to suggest, you can move to recommend the items on the screen to the city council or any portion thereof, or you can move to continue the discussion. But yeah, you can make a motion and then we'll wait for a second and then the chair will call for the vote.
I also wanted to ask, could we recommend to the council that they don't finalize the parks budget until another week? Or is that like?
Yeah, you pretty much, check me if I'm wrong, Raj. You pretty much have broad authority to recommend anything you want, and that would be a good one.
Yes.
Well, I suppose you could make that recommendation, but yes.
I mean, just because like I feel like, I mean, if they, just in case, as Thomas said, we don't want them to actually finalize it before, hopefully, so we can get some more recommendations then too.
I guess the question is the commission planning to meet before the potential finalization of the budget? The budget will, in all likelihood, and Tommy, you know the schedule better than I do off the top of my head, but next week there are departmental budget hearings.
Correct.
So departments present their budgets. So the city council will not approve the budget next week in all likelihood.
That's correct. We reserved Monday, June 28th for final vote if needed. However, June 24th is for vote on final budget. But in my history with the council, they have taken up to the very last date. But the 24th would be your safe date.
And I believe that we meet again as a commission on the 21st. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I would like to, now there was a motion made and I think there's still time to second the motion. And Commissioner Vang, were you making a motion supporting all the items listed on the list?
Yes, I was making a motion to support all items on the list.
I second your motion.
Thank you.
So this is where we would go out to have all the commission members vote on the motion.
On all of the above recommendations.
Correct.
But this is not final, correct? Because there's still time to add recommendations, right?
So you all can make these recommendations, and then on the 21st, so these would be the commission's recommendations should the commission choose to vote a majority in favor of them. If the commission wishes to add recommendations or change recommendations on the 21st or any other meeting held hereafter, a special meeting, for instance, the commission could do that. But the motion on the floor is for these 4 recommendations, including the preface, as far as I can tell, to be presented to council by the city manager or parks director pursuant to the bylaws.
I would like to voice my concern that I don't know enough about each of these projects I don't feel completely comfortable just signing off. And I would do that with any project that I wasn't familiar with yet. So I like the ideas, but I'm not sure if I feel comfortable with the amount of information available tonight.
So my question will be, should we have a special meeting in order for us to get familiar with the recommendations and any other recommendations they may want to add before we take a vote?
Well, you have a motion on the floor in a second, therefore we have to have a vote on that particular motion, and if that did pass, then a different course of action would be identified.
So that's why I was asking those questions before the motions were given, because it seems like half of the commission wants to explore a little bit more and be able to, and then the other half is ready to vote. A lot of the commission feels this is a rushed process, so they want to get familiar with some of the motions, with some of the recommendations that have been made. So my suggestion would be to have a special meeting, and then we can add other recommendations if we see fit before we vote.
So just to clarify the procedural issue, can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm hearing a lot of feedback. There is a motion on the floor that has been duly seconded. The proper course now is for a vote to be taken unless there is a procedural motion on the floor brought. And if, for instance, the majority of the commissioners would like to move forward with additional discussion, then you can vote down the recommendations. It doesn't preclude you to bring another motion in the future to recommend these things, but it would just mean at this time you don't want to make these recommendations.
I appreciate everyone's feedback. Even is it Mona? It's the same thing. We're getting stuff at the last minute, and I think some of the recommendation here is valid, and so I would like my motion to still carry, and I had a second. So if that's okay, are we able to vote on it, Raj?
You would like your motion to what? I didn't understand.
Still stands.
So it still stands.
Yes.
And then if we do have a special meeting, we can add additional recommendation. I don't see a problem with that.
I agree.
So right now, and Raj can correct me if I'm wrong, but right now we do have a motion and a second on the floor. So we should be voting on that. And like he said, if you as a commission decided you wanted more information and you wanted to come back, you can always vote it down and still present these same recommendations later for consideration. So this doesn't preclude you from revisiting these exact same recommendations and even adding to them at a special meeting or the meeting on the 21st.
Chair McCoy, would you like me to call roll for this motion?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Chair McCoy, can I ask one clarifying question before we do vote? Are we settled that we will have a special meeting prior to the 24th?
I like to have a special meeting prior to the 24th. I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but that's what I would like to do. I feel this is go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I support that as well.
So how will we go about that, City Clerk or anyone on the call?
This is Yvonne, City Clerk. Your next scheduled meeting is the 21st of June. And that's prior to the 24th. So we could just meet that at that time if you like. If you want to call a special meeting, then we would have to decide upon the date and post that within 24 hours of the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine if the 21st gives us time to consider these and then in a more measured way, and then add recommendations or whatever. I just wanted to clarify that we would have a chance to revisit this.
Yes, I agree.
They would, if we were to have another meeting and not approve these recommendations, that means the council will be meeting on Monday, and the council will be reviewing the recommendations on Measure P, and they would do it without our recommendations.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I think it's important that we.
I don't think we're saying that we're not going to approve the recommendations. We just want to make sure that we're able to revisit it, from what I'm hearing, to be able to revisit it and add more recommendations if that's what we would like to do.
Let me, Commissioner, Chair McCoy, let me ask this, Raj and Christy. We're going to make the presentation, the administration is going to make the presentation to the council on Monday for parks. Would it be appropriate, because they're not making a vote, would it be appropriate for me to say that the Parks Commission, I'll say these words right here, appreciates the work and didn't, all this, and that they are going to meet on the 21st and we'll have recommendations for council on the 21st.
That would be appropriate.
So that they know, just that they know something's in the queue and you guys aren't doing anything, but I can't give them recommendations unless you adopt them, but I can maybe say they are working and they'll meet on the 21st too. Can I do that, Raj?
You can.
I don't think, I believe that there is a motion that has been seconded.
No, I get that. I'm just saying if it gets voted down, I do want to say that the council won't go in there blind, that the commission didn't do anything. I can say the commission, again, I think Dr. Aputa's language is perfect. I can repeat that. And that they're going to meet on the 21st. And at that time, they will adopt formal recommendations that I can bring forward to them.
I want to just one more time. So the motion on the floor is to make these recommendations formally to the city council. There is a second for this motion. There is no procedural motion on the floor. The other question that was asked that I do want to clarify about is another meeting to discuss these matters. There can be a friendly amendment made by the chair or anybody else that these recommendations be accepted subject to any change pursuant to another meeting before the budget is finalized. That, if Commissioner Vang and Commissioner Barraza are okay with that, that would amend the motion, opening the door to these being subject to additional discussion. The chair can then unilaterally set a special meeting to discuss these items pretty much anytime before the next meeting. And you guys can have that discussion. She can set the special meeting and the clerk would notice it as provided in the bylaws. Does that help? I'm sorry, it's a lot of information.
Is the second, the motion, I would agree with that suggested change, because it shows work that we've done and then still subject to changing at the special meeting, which is still, the discussion continues. But it's not, it kind of makes it like a tentative recommendation subject to a final special meeting.
And Mr. Singh, did you say anyone could make that amendment?
Yes, anybody could make that amendment. Ask that if it be a friendly amendment, If the maker of the motion and the second agree, then it would just be sort of added into the motion. All you have to do is say, I would like to make a friendly amendment.
I would like to make that friendly amendment, Raj.
And then Member Bang, would you accept that friendly amendment?
Well, with that friendly amendment is just so we can discuss more at the 21st meeting, right? And the above.
Or a special meeting.
Okay, so we're going to move forward with these recommendations, but then there's going to be subject to change when we meet on the 21st, if there is any, right? I just want to clarify that part.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And Member Barraza, do you agree to this amendment as a seconder?
Yeah, I wanted to see the wording finish on the screen. The above are subject to change or amendment should any new recommendation be made at a special meeting, I think.
And thank you, John, for the clarification too. I appreciate that.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
Okay.
Sorry to be the Debbie Downer, but I think that we're getting ahead of ourselves. I don't think any allocation should be made right now from the Measure P right now until we read the full measure and get an understanding of what our roles are. I don't have a problem with the 2.5 million being recommended for the 49 acres. It's just that I think we're getting ahead of the process and it's starting to be really confusing. I think that we should have a special meeting, sit down, dig into it, talk about it before we start doing this process. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be the barrier of bad news, but that's just my opinion and that's just how I feel.
So Commissioner McCoy, you have the authority to have to hold a special meeting as the chair.
Hold a special meeting, please.
Right, but so right now you have a motion on the floor.
I don't understand. So I have to make a motion to hold a special meeting. That's what you're saying?
No. I just want to back up. Procedurally, right now, somebody made a motion. You recognize their motion. Somebody seconded the motion. So that motion needs to be voted on. That's the motion on the screen. But you unilaterally can hold a special meeting anytime with 24 hours notice.
Okay.
As the chair. So you could say that let's meet, what day is today?
Monday.
Monday. You could say let's meet Wednesday at whatever time, and you could call a special meeting. And as long as you've got a quorum, you could meet.
Okay. Thank you.
And then this motion allows these recommendations to be amended at that kind of a meeting.
I'm sorry, I want to ask another clarifying question. Does our meeting on the 21st, which is currently scheduled, not a special meeting, but a regularly scheduled meeting, does that meeting provide us the framework to discuss these further amendments, additions, subtractions to the recommendations? Or do we have to hold a special meeting to do that?
So you can put this back on to the agenda for that meeting on the 21st. So timing wise, the budget as it was presented to you today without any recommendations will go forward just like it did today to City Council. However, once you make recommendations, the City Manager's Office and the Parks Department will take those recommendations to City Council before the budget is finalized. So it'll be for their consideration.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to call roll. Member Parks? Did she leave?
I think the City Council needs to hear from this commission. I do feel like this is moving really fast, but I'm going to vote yes with the friendly amendment.
Member Barraza?
I feel that things have dragged too long, and that's probably why I'm anxious that some results are shown, and I vote yes for this motion.
Okay. Member Singh?
Sorry, I do want to point out one thing, just for public disclosure, that Member Barraza does have involvement with is it Safseda, Commissioner Barraza?
Yes, correct.
And then also that Commissioner Miller, is that correct, has involvement with Storyland, or is that Dolan? You're on mute, Commissioner Miller.
It's both of us. So
okay,
I stepped off the board of Storyland.
I'm sorry, Scott.
My appointment here, but
Right.
I used to be on the board. Yes.
Just for any concerns related to conflicts of interest, since these are recommendations at this time, those conflicts should be made public.
So my question is, can Commissioner Barraza motion to allocate 2.5 to the 49 acres?
So these are recommendations that the commission is making.
I understand that, but can he do that, or is that a conflict of interest?
I do need to look into this a little bit further, to be very honest. I think that because of the makeup of the commission and the roles that the commission has pursuant to Measure P, there is a question as to whether or not there's an actual conflict, because the role of this commission is to get public comment on how this money should be spent. And if Mr. Barraza, as a member of the commission, wants to do this, I think that it's questionable whether there's an actual conflict at this time.
I would like to clarify that the property is owned by the city of Fresno, and I would even point out that the expenditure of the funds could be channeled through the city of Fresno in a way that it's not like we own the site. We have been working, volunteering, giving our time towards that project, but it's not like my property or the property of Subsida. It's the property of the city of Fresno, and it's a city of Fresno park, not a Subsida park.
I'm willing to put my name on the southeast and the Storyland if there's a conflict with Scott Miller and Jose Leon. I'm sorry if you think I'm aggressive. It's not that I'm aggressive. It's just if that's helped to make the recommendation smoother, I'm willing to do that.
Okay, so the voting was in progress. I just wanted to put the conflicts out there. So I'm just gonna ask the clerk to continue the voting. You've got 2 commissioners that have voted.
Okay, but just to clarify for my records, are we swapping Vang are we swapping Barraza and Miller for Vang on the recommendations?
We can do that, yeah.
Okay. Okay, Member Singh?
Considering this is a friendly recommendation, I will vote yes. But it is subject to change, so I hope that we can discuss it more at our next meeting.
Member Cummings?
I feel the same way, yes, but it will be discussed.
Member Miller?
I completely agree with everyone here. I just wish we had more time, but I will vote yes.
Okay. Dr. Apuda?
Yes.
Member Vang?
Yes, thank you.
Vice Chair Dolan?
yes, subject to further discussion at our next meeting, but yes.
And Chair McCoy?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna say no because I want to have further discussion about this.
Okay, passes 8-1.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking us through that. That was a very difficult process.
And then just to follow up before we move on to the next, were we going to have a special meeting before the 21st, or did you want to just carry on with the 21st meeting?
We could just carry on with the 21st meeting and discuss it there. That'll be fine.
Okay.
Hey, Raj, I apologize. This is Tommy and Christy. So I'm able to give this to the council on Monday, right?
Yes.
Yes, you can provide this on Monday and let them know about this, because that's
Perfect.
what the votes were predicated on.
Love it. Okay, just want to check. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
I have a question. So those of us who voted yes, it was pending further discussion and more information. How are we going to be intentional about making sure we have additional information when we meet again on these projects?
So as a procedural matter, any commissioner that has questions and would like additional information can reach out to city staff. I think that the appropriate individual to reach out to at this point would be the director of parks, the city manager, Tommy, and then looping in the secretary so that the communications are clear. You can loop in our office if you believe as needed. But if you ask a question to Tommy, Tommy will then send a one-way email to all of you, so you all have the same information.
I'd really like that.
Yeah. So that's available. Do you have the?
Raj, I'm sorry. Just to simplify matters, could we ask city staff, city manager right now, just to prepare some background on at least two of these, which are very specific, which is the Southeast Fresno Regional Park at Peach Avenue and Storyland Playland, and just give us some I mean, those are the two obviously that are on here that are specific that we want to know more about.
Yeah, you certainly can, and Tommy can respond and say, of course.
Of course, we'll get you the background that we have available on Storyland and Playland.
Okay.
And I mean Storyland and the
and Peach
Avenue. At Peach Avenue.
Yeah, great.
And I would add to that the dollar amounts, how they match up to how the ordinance states things can be allocated.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yes,
So
and the overall budget and just the background financially on these as well as historically.
And I do have general questions about the $1 million for youth services and waiving. I just want to know what that encompasses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that all of the city of Fresno? Is it just one geographical area? We just need to know what that is.
I think something that would be helpful for that discussion is if we could receive like the current fee schedule for those different programs and how many in a non-COVID year, in a normal year, how many youth participate, so we know how many kids, you know, that funding would end up serving, and families.
Yeah, and if there's more specific data about where those kids are coming from, like what type of household, what type of household income they have, that'd be great too.
I think the only thing that we have left before adjournment is unscheduled oral communication.
Next is our unscheduled communication. Would any member of the public like to speak on any issue within the jurisdiction of this commission? You have 3 minutes.
We have no members at this moment.
Thank you. Can I call the meeting? The meeting is adjourned at...
Chair.
Yes.
Can I make my comments that I would have made during member comments? I'll do this very, very quickly.
Yes.
Thank you for your patience, everybody, and your time. I just wanted to make this commission aware of a project that we've recently become aware of at the River Parkway Trust. So this is the notice of preparation of a focused environmental impact report and notice of a public scoping meeting regarding the proposed Tapestry 3 project. So the subject property that this is related to is located near Herndon and 99 at North VL Avenue and West Spruce Avenue along the San Joaquin River Bluff. This is a property that's surrounded by the Fresno County Horse Park. It's within half a mile walking distance of a low-income neighborhood. And this property is located just upstream of Camp Cheyenne, which is a state property that Fresno Building Healthy Communities is currently initiating planning for future recreational amenities. So This proposed project is proposing amendments to the city's general plan and the Bullard community plan to change the land use designation from open space regional park to medium density residential. So instead of creating a park along the San Joaquin River Bluff, this would create an 89 lot single family residential development. And as we know, as we've been talking about all through this meeting, we have tremendous need for more park acreage. And so I was just kind of surprised to see this project come forward and this rezoning of a potential park into residential development. The public commenting period will close on July 6th. So I just wanted to make sure that this commission was aware and to encourage public participation, both in the commenting process and also during the scoping meeting, which will be held in the evening on June 23rd. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Parks, for that. Any other unscheduled communication from any of our other commissioners? Nope. All right, the meeting is adjourned at 9:54 p.m. Woo-woo!
Thank you, everybody.
Good job, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good night.
Yeah.
No.